Good morning. It is 8:32 and I'll call to order the council meeting of November the 26th. We have an agenda that's been circulated. Are there any additions to that agenda? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to just highlight the lengthy report I gave you guys over the weekend.
Okay, so 9.3, report from Deputy Reeve McGee. Okay. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Councillor Forbes.
I'll give you a quick update for housing.
Okay, so 9.4, Kneehill housing update. Any other additions? Did we have one under closed session, Mr. Hogan? So that's 11.1 was intergovernmental relations, section 21. Okay. Are there any others? Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended quickly.
Okay, other than supper order. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The council meeting minutes from the November 12th meeting were pre-circulated. Are there any corrections, or if not, I would accept a motion to approve. Councillor Forbes.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the council meeting minutes from the November 12th meeting as presented. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. We have a delegation at 8:35, and since it's 8:34 and 43 seconds, I think we will move on to that. So 3.1 MNP Auditors, and so welcome Lindsay and Madison. So if you want to come up to the presenters table. So we are streaming live and recording for YouTube. So we'll do some introductions, but when you speak, just push the button on your microphone, it'll turn red, and then you can just make your presentation. But first we'll do some introductions so you know who we are, and just want to say welcome. So I'll ask Councillor Cunningham if you would please, and please feel free to sit and relax.
Good morning. Thanks for coming on a snowy, foggy day. So, Laura Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, so that's the Acton Linden area.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2.
And good morning, I'm Ken King. I represent the northeast portion of the county, Division 7.
Good morning. I'm Faye McGee, Division 1.
Good morning, Carrie Phillips, Division 4.
Wade Christie, I'm in the Northwest in Division 6 in God's country up there, so.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Hello again, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Hi there, I'm Mike Sear, I'm Director of Infrastructure.
Good morning, we already met. Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
So if you just want to introduce yourselves, and then feel free to go ahead with your presentation whenever you're ready.
Sure, good morning. I'm Madison Bruce.
And I'm Lindsay Bowman. So I'm the name on there and the contact information if you ever need to get a hold of me.
Yeah, so this is gonna be my first council presentation, so bear with me. But Lindsay's gonna be here.
So what I'm going to say is, don't be afraid. We're a relatively friendly group, and we are looking forward to hearing what you have for us this morning. So
that's perfect.
please just go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so we're gonna start on that audit service plan, first page. I guess the main thing we wanna stress at this point is just the two-way communication between us and you guys. It's really important to us. So the topics we're gonna kind of go through are if there was any changes to the business operation developments, if council.
Can I get you just to move your microphone a little bit more to where you are?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry. If you guys have any particular issues or concerns, and if you guys have any indication or thoughts on fraud, I'll kind of stop a minute if anyone has a question or anything they want to bring up.
I don't see any immediate questions, so.
And if there's ever questions, I guess, regarding anything audit related, please feel free to always reach out to us. I know my information was on the cover page of that. Madison's is later in the booklet too that she'll stop and talk about, but just know that if any of these items come to your guys' attention, like we're auditors for you guys as council. So we're here to support you guys. If you guys have any questions, just know that you always can reach out to us too. Also, Teresa and Marika have our contact information too. If you're ever like, hey, I would like to talk to them about something, we're always here.
Yeah, that's at any point of the year too, not just during the audit time. So audit materiality. So this is based off like your guys' size, complexity of the municipality, any concerns that were expressed in management, that kind of thing. So we're proposing the use of 1.5. Our approach to internal controls, this is replacing low reliance, so it's mainly substantive testing. And then just some things that we noted were new. So obviously it's our first year as the auditors, and there was a transition last year of your guys' finance staff. There's some new reporting developments that we just wanted to highlight, and new assurance developments. At this point, there's not a ton that will impact you guys. Some of it's just like back-end documentation for us. And then just noting that new sustainability development that would have taken place at the beginning of 2024, if it impacted you at all. Risk assessment. So this is kind of our significant risk areas. That management override of internal controls, it's very consistent to all organizations of any size, any industry. So basically that's just the risk that management could override something internally. We do a couple different things. The biggest one is we have a software called MindBridge, and we'll go in and it pulls any journal entries that are high risk, and we do a test on that to see, does it make sense, is it reasonable? And then the other significant risk noted is that deferred revenue and restricted contributions, particularly related to government grants. So what we do there is we'll review sample of grants, assuming like a high risk level, it's tested higher. And so anything that was received at year end, we assure they're appropriately deferred, or if it should be in revenue. And then, yeah, additional testing completed on revenue to ensure it's appropriately recorded as deferred versus revenue. And then we'll discuss with management on any other grants received during the year. As Lindsay noted, the audit team is noted here below. So that's her contact, my contact, and then we have another partner at our firm who will do kind of she's like an oversight quality review. But you can contact any of us for any questions. And then our timing of the audit, there's some year-end procedures will be in March. We have specific dates now, so I think it's March 10th to the 14th. We'll have draft financial statements to discuss with management by the 31st. Obviously the presentation April 15th, and then everything will be issued by the 30th. And so, yeah, that's most of our audit service plan. The remaining appendix here, that's just further information on those changes to reporting developments. But as I noted before, we have discussed with management, and it doesn't appear that any will impact you. It's mostly just back-end stuff for us. So, yeah.
And then we were here, so I know we had this sent out to you guys in advance so that it could get put in the council package, but we were here last Wednesday last week, and we did do our walkthroughs and everything with management. So there was one additional risk that isn't in this package, but we did want to bring it forward to you guys just through our discussion with management, just in regards to the purchasing cycle. So the risk that somebody could potentially purchase, receive, and approve their own purchase. So that's one of the other items that we're going to do some additional work on as well that wasn't noted in here. In our final package, you'll see a spot that says changes from the audit service plan, and we will note that one in there and then discuss it more at final as well. But we did just want to bring that forward since it wasn't in the package.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from council at this point? We're letting you off easy, I think. I guess we look forward to working with you and seeing the audit when the time comes. I know as a council we have a high degree of confidence in our staff and the people who are looking after the financial side of the county. And so we don't anticipate any problems, and we're not concerned that you will find problems. However, we want you to do your work for sure.
For sure.
So
Yeah, we, like I said last week, we met with management and we agree it looks like everything's kind of in, we would have liked to come up with more risks and stuff for you guys, but it seemed like everything was very much in place. We met with Mike as well and discussed things from his aspect, and it seems like everything's really good. So we're excited to do the audit this year, and we're excited to meet with you guys in April to discuss the
April.
final. Yeah.
okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
If there are no questions from council, and I'm not seeing any, just, I guess, welcome. And we look forward to seeing the end result of the work that you do. And we look forward to seeing you with an audit report at the end of April.
Perfect. Thank you so much, you
Yeah,
guys, for
thanks.
having us.
Thanks for having
And
us.
very much appreciate you coming out and being here with us.
Yeah, we
in
got
spite
stuck
of the
behind a
roads.
convoy of vehicles on the way, but we made it.
Well, travel safe on your way back,
Yes.
and
Thank you.
we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is, would be 4.2, which is the 2025 budget, responses to questions and deliberation. And at this point in time, I would say welcome back, Ms. Von Murbach. And as usual, we look forward to what you have for us today. And I hear you're bringing the world-famous dashboard with you today, and so we look forward to your presentation. And anytime you're ready.
Just gonna get my presentation pulled up here. Awesome. All right. Good morning, Council. I'm here today to bring to you the fourth component of the budget process for 2025. Before I kind of get started, I just want to again acknowledge how much work is done behind the scenes. I may be the face in front of you today, but there's a lot more behind the scenes that is contributed by directors and budget managers and other staff across the board to get to the point where we can answer questions and respond to questions and build a dashboard and put it in front of you today. So again, this one's just the summary of the budget schedule. In October, we looked at setting the stage and proposed projects. Again, and then the second meeting in October, we looked at the core operating budget. The first meeting in November, we responded to a bunch of council questions with respect to the budget. And then today, we've got some more responses to questions that weren't addressed at the last meeting. And then we've also got sort of, again, the dashboard and setting the stage in terms of how we look to close that budget shortfall that we're looking at. So the intent of today's meeting is really to end up with direction from council for us to go back behind the scenes and finalize, tweak everything so that we can present council with a budget for adoption on December 10th at the next council meeting. Similar to the first meeting in November, today we'll kind of look at just an overview of the current state of the budget, where we're sitting with the numbers. We'll look at some responses to questions, and then we'll look at the next steps in terms of how council comes to a place where they can send us back to compile the budget for presentation on the 10th. So this first one is the operating budget adjustments from October 22nd to November 26th. There's been a couple things that have changed. The first two council saw in the first meeting in November is an increase to the cost of water for resale. This is in direct reflection to us having had communication from our water suppliers on the rates that they're going to charge us. And so we updated that expenditure within the budget to reflect that increased cost. The second one is the adjustment to the FCSS contribution based on the FCSS budget numbers that have been put forward. And then the third one is actually a decrease to salary expenditures. When we first prepared the salary budget, we'd implemented a certain percentage increase based on group benefits, based on the initial numbers we'd gotten from our provider. And when our renewal came in, it was actually significantly lower than that. So we've updated the budget in reflection of that to decrease that expenditure. So that leaves us with a core shortfall of $1,075,120. In addition to that core budget shortfall, so again, that core budget shortfall is the amount of money we don't have built in within revenues to close that budget in order to maintain the same level of service that was operated on within 2024. In addition to that, there's some budgetary impacts with respect to projects that have been proposed to council. So there's 4 items there. There's $26,000 related to the Wimborne groundwater filtration upgrade project. There's $150,900 related to the addition of a 4th CPO. There's $15,000 related to the fuel management system replacement and $75,000 related to the management services contract that's being proposed to council. So that adds that there's an extra $266,900 that would impact the operating budget if all of those initiatives were approved by council, which leaves us with a total shortfall of $1,342,020. If no other adjustments were made, a tax increase of 4% would be required to close the core operating budget shortfall, and a total tax increase of 5% would be required to close the shortfall, including the new initiative operating budget impacts. Again, that's if nothing else was adjusted within council and within any other revenues or anything going forward. Further on in this presentation, I'll kind of speak to some of the other recommendations that are being made by administration.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Forbes.
On the operating budget for proposed projects, the 4th piece CPO doesn't include the cost of their vehicle. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. The $150,000 is the core operating budget impact of adding that 4th peace officer. So there's 2 components of that project. There's the purchase of the vehicle and equipment and the operating budget impact.
Councillor Cunningham.
Question from a resident, just wondering if we could get a little bit more clarification on the details on the management services contract, and what that entails.
Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Can we save that to closer to the end, because it's a kind of like a detail? Thanks.
Mr. Hogan? Sorry.
No, through the chair, if council wants to save that question for later in the presentation, we can do that.
Okay, so Councillor Cunningham, you'll come back to that, I assume? So I guess at this point, I'm not seeing any other questions, so go ahead, please, Ms. Von Murbach.
And then this slide just summarizes kind of the total budget picture, including like projects really is what this one specifically addresses. So total projects being put forward is that $8,313,380. So that's the actual projects that would need to be funded through reserves. They're not funded through the operating budget. In addition, there's that $5,120,000 that relates to the capital equipment plan, which council's previously approved and approved to be funded through the capital equipment plan reserve. So there's that $266,900 that relates to the 2025 operating budget impact that reflects the project costs. And then there's future projected project costs of $15.8 million. Again, those are just projected at this point in time and really are those placeholders to indicate to council that if we go forward with certain projects this year, there's likely to be future costs associated with those projects moving forward and being finalized. Then there's the 2026 projected operating budget impact of $322,940. So there's a few projects where if they happen, we've kind of funded them out of reserves proposed to fund them out of reserves for 2025. And then after that year, they'd be rolled into the operating budget for 2026. So that's kind of where that increase from that 266 to 322,000 is. Again, there's also some projects where the ongoing operational costs won't actually be incurred until 2026. So that's where that's reflected as well. So that kind of summarizes the current state of where we're at with the budget. Then I can move forward on to responding to questions that council has had throughout the process that have not been addressed to date.
Okay. I would say go forward then.
Thank you. This first one relates to customer experience, risk, and technology. The first one is, how are the integrated databases being safeguarded to protect extensive data collections? All of our databases are housed within an external data center in Canada. They're protected with endpoint protection and backed up multiple times a day. Any connections outside of the office are protected with multi-factor authentication, and data protection practices are regularly reviewed for quality assurance. Then we look at how comprehensive are our current insurance policies, and are there any plans to update or expand coverage? We currently have policies for general liability, director liability, automotive, heavy equipment, property, bond and crime, boiler and machinery, cybersecurity, volunteer firefighter, and counselor insurance. In addition, these are reviewed annually through our provider, which is RMA, and they provide recommendations on how to minimize risks while maximizing value. In terms, this one's, again, related to the customer experience. What initiatives are being implemented to enhance customer satisfaction and ensure a positive rate experience for ratepayers? This year, one of the big ones was that Kneehill Connect program. And so that's where we can, ratepayers are able to log in online, see current balances, pay balances, and just access a little more detailed information than was previously easily accessible. Typically before that, those were things that you either had to look for your mail, whether that was e-sent or in the actual mail notifications, or you'd have to phone into the office to ask those questions. The second piece is rolling out in 2025 is a podcast called The Scoop, and that is going to be intended to kind of provide ratepayers with more information, like a different way of digesting information about various departments within the organization and various functions and projects that are happening. And then additionally, we've also expanded credit card use in the organization, which has kind of simplified some of our payment processes for some of those vendors. We've done lots of public engagement initiatives, specifically with the land use bylaw and the municipal development plan. We've done some work order implementation, so some of this is able to better track when someone phones in about something going on the roads or a sign down or something like that. That's allowing some better tracking on that. In addition, our work order implementation internally is providing more data that will allow us to give more information back to council and back to ratepayers in the future. Some of that's a little more in its infancy, but it's some things that are going on behind the scenes that are really aimed to build that ability for ratepayers and for council to have access to good information related to the county. And then also within this year's proposed projects is that proposed fourth peace officer, which is intended to provide more coverage for peace officer work, intended to provide more services within the county, more programs that the peace officers can actually achieve and act on.
I think we're good.
These next two slides really focus on that Kneehill Connect platform that has been implemented this year. How successful has the Connect campaign been increasing adoption of online bill payments and account inquiries? The data right now is fairly limited because it was only implemented in the last few months. Nearly all of our area law firms have signed up, which means that all of our tax certificates are basically being generated through the Connect Pro platform without staff intervention. So it's something that's starting to save us time. It's improving that customer experience for those law firms. They don't have to wait for those to be pulled when they want them. In terms of metrics that are being used to measure the campaign's effectiveness, the primary metrics are going to be citizen feedback, the number of transactions, the amount of staff time that's being saved with the program. In the first month, all staff time dealing with certificates has been eliminated. That's kind of our first indicator of some of the positives that are happening. We do anticipate kind of once we've had a full year cycle of some of this data that we'll be able to provide more details on how that platform has really benefited ratepayers. In terms of feedback that we've received from citizens regarding ease of use and accessibility, again, there's been that really high satisfaction from law firms. That's kind of the biggest thing that we've heard back so far. And then there's also, we've implemented a payment request system, so if somebody doesn't actually have an account, we can send out a link for them to pay their bills or pay their AR account stuff. And that's all, rather than phoning in and providing credit card information over the phone, so that's also been well received. Some additional questions related to Kneehill Connect. Are there any planned improvements or updates to the online platforms based on user feedback? Improvements are going to be implemented as feedback is received and as the software allows. And then the sign-up process has already undergone some changes to improve the user experience. That's something we're kind of constantly assessing any questions that come in, any challenges that come in, and see what we can do in the background to make that easier for users of the platform. In terms of strategies being employed to promote the campaign and ensure maximum awareness, it's being advertised on our social media channels. There's information inserts that are being included with utility bills and AR invoices. And in addition, when we launch the Kneehill Scoop podcast, at some point there will be a walkthrough of Kneehill Connect that'll be performed on that podcast. And then in terms of addressing any barriers that might prevent residents from using this platform, citizens can still make payments in person or by mail. They aren't required to use this platform. It's just another thing that they are able to use in order to access their information and pay their bills. The next one is asking about an overview of the asset management plans and how these address the full life cycle. In this one, I've pulled up that kind of big picture, what asset management looks like. Council saw this presentation at the September 17th Committee of the Whole meeting. Really, that's a really good presentation in terms of what asset management is looking like at the county so far and where we're sitting with that. We're kind of in those early stages of asset management. We're kind of picking the easy things that we can do asset management on and develop it. And as we continue to go, it'll go through all of our infrastructure, all of our assets, and build out plans for those things. And then again, what are the key findings from recent condition assessments? This all again ties back to that asset management. How are these findings influencing and prioritizing the maintenance and replacement activities? Again, I'm going to refer back to that meeting, that presentation on the 17th, because it's got a lot more detailed information than is just in this PowerPoint, and it was really thorough. But a couple of key points that are kind of related to this are we're working on those facility condition assessments. That was a project, it was actually initiated in 2023, but has been ongoing in 2024 and has a couple more years of planning. So where we're looking at, we've got an external contractor coming in and actually looking at the condition of all our buildings, which is going to provide a lot of data for administration to build out those asset management plans on how those buildings are maintained, what the future forecast for projects looks like. We've also done capital equipment plan condition assessments, so that again is very reflected in that September 17th Committee of the Whole presentation in terms of where we're at with our capital equipment plan assets. It also is going to help support refining reserve contributions. Specifically this year, we've refined that recommended contribution for the capital equipment plan within the operating budget. And that ties directly back to the work that asset management has done within 2024. We had a couple assets that were removed from the capital equipment plan based on needs analysis that again directly ties to that work that asset management has done this year. And then again, one of the things we did this year was we pushed that capital equipment plan for earlier in the year and presented it for approval, a presentation and approval to council in September. And so that was intended to improve procurement scheduling in order to ensure that we're replacing assets and having them delivered at the right time of year to make good use of how we turn them over, make sure they don't get over the optimal amount of hours or past a point of time where we know there's potential additional costs incurred related with ownership. And that's sort of in direct reflection of some of the things we noticed in the last few years when procuring certain assets became a real challenge and there were significant delays in delivery of certain assets. And so we look at that and say, if we can move that forward and allow for an earlier ordering window, specifically capital equipment, sometimes those ordering windows, those values change as soon as the year changes. And so being able to move that forward has improved that procurement process related to capital equipment. This one kind of moves on into some human resources type items, and this one is asking about what outcomes have been observed by increased engagement at career fairs, and how does HR plan to build on these in the future. So career fair attendance is kind of one component of what HR kind of looks at in terms of building that out. Our presence at these fairs has significantly boosted student awareness of career opportunities in both the county and the municipal sector overall. We've been able to highlight seasonal roles and career paths, giving students insight into how government functions and the critical role of civil development. We have chosen typically the University of Lethbridge and Olds College, and that's intentional because both schools have strong agricultural and field operation programs and that connect to the county's needs. And many of our ratepayer families have ties to these schools as well. This allows the county, the administration, to remind students that there are exciting opportunities back in their community, or even introduce them to a new place they might consider home. Moving forward, our plan is to continue to engage with these establishments, and so doing that also allows potential opportunities with work experience students, again, that awareness of municipal career fields, internships, job shadowing. So it's one piece that kind of provides some other things that come from that. I know we've had one intern in the HR area that came this year, and there's been a couple other that have been applied for next year that we're hoping to get to kind of help facilitate some projects. What are the key findings of the recent health and safety audit? What actions are being taken to address? Yep.
Sorry, I'm just going to...
Mr. Hogan, sure.
Thank you. Just going to interject on that. On the previous topic, when we talk about the interns that we've had coming in, we're currently hosting an intern through the municipal internship program that's largely grant funded through the province. The interns Marika just mentioned, or Ms. Von Merbach just mentioned, is a different entity. So that's one, whether it's through Olds or I think the ones that we've accessed mostly are Red Deer Polytechnic. But when we talk about they've come into the organization, that's been for work experience and it's been free to the county. So that's the type of program that we're making use of. So it's not a long period of time that they're here, but while they're here, they're getting experience and we're getting to move stuff forward at no cost to us other than providing some office space. So that's that type of partnership that those things lead to.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate the clarification. I don't see any questions right now, so go ahead.
Okay, this one's what are the key findings for the recent health and safety audit? What actions are being taken to address any issues? The county did pass the recent audit, and this year it was an external one, not an internal one. And we're currently working on that recommended action plan in the background so that can be looked at, and anything that needs to be addressed, it can be addressed. I will note, from my understanding, there was nothing significantly concerning addressed in that audit, just some other recommendations. What progress has been made with the HR consultant in the development of job descriptions in the job matrix process? The management team is currently reviewing descriptions prior to senior leadership conducting a final review before adoption, and those are expected to be completed by year end. And some of these things like this really builds a foundation for some stuff like career pathing, performance management assessments, looking at like building a foundation for succession planning for different roles within the organization, and also affects that compensation strategy and where that sits within the organization and how council can address that. We look at what specific strategies are in place to highlight the county as a career choice and build future leaders within the organization. There's really a lot of different strategies that can and are being implemented. Some of these are in more of their infancy, some of them are more established within the organization. They include things like training and development and growth opportunities, the 50th percentile compensation with regular external reviews. Again, that's a council mandated 50th percentile to maintain the market where administration is being paid within the market. In terms of looking at encouraging innovation, so encouraging staff to see where things might be done better and to listen to that and see how we can move forward. Building a psychologically safe workplace so that staff feel safe, and you can't have encouraging innovation if staff don't feel safe to be innovative, don't feel safe to talk to their managers or their coworkers. We have a health and wellness committee that's been implemented this year. So again, that's kind of looking at the a bigger picture, not just health and safety, but that bigger picture of how staff are doing mentally and how we can support them within the organization. And that's a committee that's built through with people from different departments all across the organization to support the wellness of the organization as a whole. We also look at work-life balance, having that safety first culture, so supporting safety in the organization, not just physically, but also mentally, an accountability framework in terms of ensuring that there's accountability from the top down within the organization, and then having that healthy social corporate culture. A lot of those kind of tie together, but they are also independent on their own as well. How are substantial price increases in capital equipment being managed within the current economic environment? Again, I've linked the committee of the whole presentation from September 17th because it really drives home how we're doing that. But some of the key pieces are that asset management progression is having that asset manager on staff that's actually building those programs and developing that data and working with each department to make sure that we're building the foundation for those plans. That pre-approval for the 2025 capital equipment plan purchases, again, to facilitate better ordering windows, delivery times for assets. Looking at that preliminary reserve strategy for investment returns, again, that's where we're looking at pulling investment returns out of the operating budget, specifically because they're not always standard. As we saw with the last 5 years, they went from a standard rate to very low to very high. And so moving those out of being an operating budget revenue so that you don't have that fluctuation in the operating budget to deal with, but then also allowing them to fund reserves for future growth and future long-term sustainability of the infrastructure that the county owns. And then there's that updated capital equipment plan reserve contributions in the operating budget. So reflecting what the total cost, the replacement cost of assets, and how much money needs to be put in from the operating budget into the capital equipment plan reserve to maintain that capital equipment plan fleet into the future. And then we look at what factors are driving the increase in development permits. Are there specific projects or trends contributing to this rise? So there's lots of different factors that can contribute to this: land prices, interest rates, the cost of construction. The increase in activity we figure can be attributed to amendments that the land use bylaw went through in 2016. And then this provide a breakdown of costs related to insurance, maintenance of enforcement vehicles, training and development, animal services contract, and IT software. How are these expected to change in the future? This chart kind of outlines what the breakdown of that enforcement budget looks like, where the different costs lie. And then in terms of expenditure adjustments, they're always in alignment with the cost of services in the market, which is typically reflective of inflation, legislative changes, or adjustments to levels of service as directed by council. And I will just note that approval of that fourth peace officer would increase the expenditures that are reflected here. This is the core operating budget, not with that fourth peace officer built in, because that's just a proposed project at this time. Okay, and then how are the payments to the province for policing costs determined? There's a few different pieces of that equation. It includes considerations for population, the equalized assessment, and then crime severity and detachment locations. So there's kind of a few different components that make up the total number that each individual municipality has to pay for policing. And the province has indicated that it expects a 39% increase for the next year. So that isn't reflected in the 2025 budget, but it will be reflected in the 2026 budget, and represents an approximately $185,000 increase that will be seen in next year's budget.
They tell us, we pay.
Yes. So that wraps up all of the questions that had been asked throughout the budget process. We've now, I believe at this point, addressed all of the ones that were asked throughout the process. Before I kind of move on to the next steps and looking at some of the ways that council could move to close the budget shortfall, are there any other questions?
I think I want to go to Councillor Cunningham, and if you want to ask that question you asked earlier. I think while we're answering questions now is probably a good time.
So just back to my original question, just some clarification on the management services contract of 75,000.
So Mr. Hogan?
Yes, through you, Mr. Reeves. So that the management services contract is the initiative that was brought forward to us by the Village of Carbon. So that is still in discussion and detail, but that's related to the public motion that they have made around pursuing a relationship with Kneehill County, whereby Kneehill County would assume some management of the Village of Carbon. There would be some work that's done in Carbon, some work that's done at the county. That would be the county's share, with the rest of it being covered by the Village of Carbon. The details of that program have yet to be worked out or approved fully by both councils.
Okay, other questions? Councillor Phobes?
That's not a question, it's more of a comment for you. I would like to say thank you for answering all of the questions that I proposed. These are questions that I get on a regular basis, so these little slides really help because now I can just send them the slide. I also wanted to say thank you for attaching the COW meetings to those slides, because it did make it easier for my one ratepayer to find the information they were looking for. So I appreciate your time in this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad that that was helpful. We're always happy to answer questions.
So are there any other questions at this point or comment? Councillor Cunningham?
Just a little bit more clarification back to that management services, just because it did come to me in the past few days. So just so people are aware, that would become an additional employee essentially for Kneehill County, correct?
Mr. Hogan?
Through the chair, most likely, yes.
And that's a conversation that's ongoing between Kneehill County and Village of Carbon, and there has not been a firm commitment made there, nor have we really determined what the details of that might look like. Okay, and that's a request from the Village of Carbon to us.
Through Mr. Reeve, all of that is correct.
Okay, just clarifying. Okay, are there any other questions or comment at this point in time? Again, just reaffirm thank you for taking the time to respond to the questions that were raised. It is appreciated, and I know I say it lots, but the work that goes on in the background, as council, we do appreciate that, and some days we put things on your plate that maybe you don't want there, but we do appreciate that you pick them up and deal with them, so thank you.
I think it's always important that council has access to the information they need to make decisions. So it's always in the background, and the information is often there. The volume of stuff that I have behind the scenes to try and answer questions even on the fly, we always want that information accessible to council.
Well, thank you for that, and I see you brought your backup in the form of Chaisley today, just in case.
She's also making sure that I don't miss any notes or any questions that we need to follow up on. She also looks at like questions that are asked through council. So like we make notes on different slides if something wasn't clear, so that the next year we can look at slides and add other slides or clarify information or use a different graphic, so that we can kind of constantly improve what we're putting in front of council to add information value to it. So she's invaluable for that piece.
She's part of the team, and that we recognize that.
Absolutely, and she has made my budget process significantly easier this year.
Okay, so any other question or comment at this point? If not, Councillor Cunningham, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sitting here, my brain won't stop, so I might as well ask it. So I just know when I provide feedback on that management question, $75,000 is substantial in a budget. So I think what the ratepayer is wondering is, so what the answer was, most likely it will be a staff member, but will there be more comprehensive information coming forward about that position? Because it is, we are facing a deficit right now, and 75,000 is a lot of money. So I think they're just looking for a little bit more clarification on that.
So, Mr.
Or when
Hogan,
could we expect that information, I guess, maybe?
Through the Reeve, I would suggest that there'll be more comprehensive conversation coming when council moves that discussion from closed session to open forum. I don't know that council's determined that they're at that point yet.
Okay, thank you. I know there's a lot of detail that's in the background that even we as council don't have yet. And so it's pretty hard to, and there's been no commitment to that as an absolute at this point either, so. Any other, Councillor Phopes, please.
So if there's no commitment, why would we put this into the budget? I'm gonna get this question, so can someone please explain that to me for clarity?
Okay, so I'll take a stab at it first, and then Mr. Hogan, if I get it, screw it up royally. So really, this becomes a placeholder in the budget. And so if we were to agree to go forward with the village in a contract, rather than come back and add it later, this holds that place. So if we make an agreement and the village contributes their share, this is sort of the mirroring of what they consider is going to be their share. And so, anyway, in my mind right now, it's just a placeholder. If we say no, it goes out of the budget. If we say yes, then it needs to be there. And so rather than come back in 2 or 3 weeks' time, or whatever length of time it takes us to make that decision and say, oh, now we have to add 75 to the budget, it's much easier to pull it out than it is to add it back in. Mr. Hogan, do you want to help me clarify that?
Through Mr. Reeve, I think you've done a good job on providing that answer early. Is in there as a placeholder. There are, given the timing of year, there are other steps that take place when we get into the final fiscal look at the year, I guess is how I'll put it. So if you don't include it today and the count or in this budget, so today and then on final approval, hopefully in December, if you don't include it and decide to go forward with it, then we will need to add it to the budget. If you include it and don't go forward, we would take that out of the budget. Either way is a route that you can go. It doesn't make a ton of difference, because what's going to end up happening is that we'll make those revisions when we get our final assessment numbers, and we'll move it in, move it out as needed by then. That won't occur until into March. So there is the ability to go both ways to pull it in. It was just, if we're talking about it now, given the discussions we've had, it's still on the table, so we chose to include it so that it would be a placeholder in there. If it did not go forward, then it's something that could be pulled out before the final tax rates were determined in March.
And we also know that even when we pass this budget for 2025, we know that when we see those assessment numbers and all the plans that we make today to try to bridge that gap, when we see those assessment numbers, often there's a whole bunch of new cards that come on the table that we go, okay, now we have to deal with. And so then we will make significant adjustments, either in terms of taxation levels or where we're drawing revenue from, to try to balance both sides of that equation when we actually set tax rates and so on. Mr. Hogan.
And through Mr. Chair, that's a good point, and maybe even a good segue. I'm not looking to steal Ms. Van Merbach's thunder, but she's about to unleash a dashboard on you that you've seen the last couple of years, where you can start to look at what we're suggesting is going to happen next year. But as you just made the point, Mr. Reeve, that is, as of today, that is our suggestion, or when we look at the information available to us today, that is what we, based on a number of assumptions and what we believe is going to happen. Once we see our assessment numbers, which come in late February, we'll be able to fine-tune some of those. So as an example, we've made an assumption based on the ending of the tax holiday for oil and gas that there's a certain dollar figure that's going to come into there. Now, we feel that we've budgeted or made a conservative assumption on that. If it turns out that there's more that we receive, that changes some of the work you're going to do today. It actually makes it easier, because there's more revenue coming in from that side. But we're trying to do our best extrapolations from today, but there will be fine tuning that you do to this when you start discussing the actual mill rate. But that mill rate discussion that's going to occur in that March, early April timeframe is going to be predicated on the budget that you're putting in today. I shouldn't say you're putting in today, because you're not actually approving the budget today, but you're coming up with a plan that'll allow us to finalize it for your consideration in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Otherwise, I would say, Ms. Van Merbach, if you want to go forward with your presentation.
Thank you. So having reviewed the current state of the budget and addressed questions posed by council, the final component of today's presentation, which final is maybe a little bit optimistic because it's probably the bulk of the presentation, it brings forward council some various discussion items for council to consider and to assist in council directing administration to draft a final balanced budget for council's consideration at the next council meeting. The first step looks at accepting or addressing new initiatives and projects. I've also kind of lumped this in as that level of service reduction deferral. There's a few projects that relate to levels of service, specifically that peace officer one. So the first piece that I would like to go through today is I've got slides for each category of projects. And we're really looking for any indication whether those projects should be going forward or whether there are any projects that shouldn't be included in that final proposed budget for council in a couple of weeks. So the first one is the 2025 budget for phased projects. So again, these are projects that were initiated within 2024 and have additional costs that are being proposed within the 2025 budget. There's the rural road construction for $2.4 million. There's a liner for bridge file 70988 for $401,500. And again, these are all funded out of reserves. There's the Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center washroom. So that's the next step of kind of development at Horseshoe Canyon for $330,000. There's two post-construction for 2 bridge profiles for $55,000 each. And at this point, I think unless I'm kind of going to go through each project, and if council would like to discuss any of them, determine whether they want to go forward or not, I'm going to assume unless council directs me not to, that they will be put forward in the proposed budget in 2 weeks.
Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, through Mr. Reeve, to add to what Ms. Van Merbach has said, when council's looking through these projects and going through there, just for clarity, if the funding source is coming out of reserve, unless there's an attached impact to the core operating budget, the shortfall that we've just shown you would not be impacted by the inclusion or not of these items. So for example, if you chose to not go forward with bridge file 70988 for the liner for that, that $401,000 would come out of the project list, but it would not alter that shortfall that we showed you in the previous slide.
Okay, thank you for that
And
clarification.
that will be the impact of anything basically that's funded from reserves, unless there's an attached or highlighted component where that would hit the budget.
I guess the other side of that whole equation is as we withdraw funds from reserve, we also replenish. And part of what we're talking about in budget overall is reserve maintenance and replenishment as well. So it is part of the equation, even though it doesn't impact immediately, it does in some other ways. So.
Through the chair, that is correct. And when I get to the end of this presentation, so the intent of the presentation components was to give council some information to kind of digest prior to sitting in front of the dashboard. And so to indicate, whether we move this forward or move this around, how that would affect the shortfall. And once we get to that dashboard, council can also see that live data if they said no to a project, how that affects your total reserve balance, because that's included within that dashboard as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So are there any questions at this point? If not, I'd say please continue.
Okay, the next category is the 2025 maintenance of existing assets. So this is not replacing assets, but doing something that requires maintenance to keep that asset at the level of service that's expected. There's the seal coat of Buffalo Jump Road, which is intended to be funded out of the local government fiscal framework grant. Actually, some of it is carry forward funding that might be technically MSI funding, but it's the same technical program. And that's for $1,683,000. There's updates to the Hamlet of Huxley wastewater system for $291,500 to be funded through the water reserve. There's major bridge maintenance for $220,000 to be funded through the bridge reserve. Again, that one is sort of a lump funding that council typically sees each year. And it's to allow funding to repair major bridges that isn't like a total replacement of bridge, but like significant maintenance on different bridges. And that allows us, when we report back to council, it's not sort of a component within the operating budget. It's actually a project that administration can comment back to council what bridges were, maintenance was performed on. And then there's the SCADA HMI PLC pump house upgrades for $198,000 from the water reserve. There's Keevers Lake road surface upgrade for $121,000, funding from the roads reserve. The council chamber refresh for $44,000 from the IT reserve, and then some public works building renovations for $27,500 from the building capital replacement reserve. Then we move on to replacement of existing assets. There's the fuel management system replacement for $192,500 coming from the roads reserve. And this is the first one where you see that operating budget impact of that $15,000. So if that project goes forward, that's included in that total shortfall number that was presented. And then the IT capital plan purchases for $100,700 from the IT reserve. There's bridge file 13480 for $88,000 with funding from the bridge reserve. And then there's the Brackeneer picnic shelter funding from the parks reserve of $77,000. Then we get into new assets, the Wimborne groundwater filtration system updates for $726,000 with funding from the water reserve. Again, that's a project that has a $26,000 operating budget impact associated with it. And then there's the Armadillo traffic counters for $14,300 with funding from the roads reserve. So that's all of the capital type projects that are being proposed within the budget this year. The next section is all operating projects. The first one, gravel drilling pit drilling investigation for $253,000 with funding from the gravel reserve. The Horseshoe Canyon area structure plan for $182,100 with funding coming from the transitional fund reserve. Swalwell infrastructure master plan for $154,000 with funding coming from the water reserve. Parks and recreation master plan for $110,000 with funding coming from the parks reserve. Equipment rentals for $104,500 with funding coming from the gravel reserve. The Horseshoe Canyon trail project plan for $71,500 with funding coming from the parks reserve. Economic development sector profiles for $66,000 with funding coming from the transitional fund reserve. Emergency management functional exercise for $40,000 with funding coming from the disaster recovery reserve. The public engagement for land use bylaw, this is for $33,000 with funding coming from the transitional fund reserve. And then land analysis for $22,000 with funding coming from the transitional fund reserve. And then we're on to the 2025 operating initiatives, which is the final category of projects. There's the fourth community peace officer with equipment. So this is where you see that $92,100, which is funded from the capital equipment plan reserve. That would be for an actual vehicle for that peace officer. And then that operating budget impact of $150,900. Then there's the web map migration and enhancement for $46,580, funding coming from the transitional fund reserve. Fire software for $40,000, coming from the transitional fund reserve. Business retention and expansion for $28,100 with funding coming from the transitional fund reserve. Economic development website for $11,600 coming again from that transitional fund reserve. I'll just remind council that transitional fund is some funding that had been carry forward projects. So it's basically funding that wasn't used for prior projects that have been completed. And we anticipate kind of eliminating that reserve when we get to the next step of the reserve funding. So that's where we've recommended several projects come from that this year, just to sort of use some of that funding that sort of was previously allocated for other projects. Then there's that Kneehill County data project for $8,400, again, that transitional fund reserve, and then business investment and attraction for $5,500 coming from the transitional fund reserve. And then the last one is that management services contract where we've inputted that is there isn't actually a project funding, like a project amount, but $75,000 related to the operating budget impact if that were to go forward. And again, as was previously discussed, including that within the operating budget allows council to enter into that agreement, but doesn't necessarily mean those funds will be expended unless that agreement is entered into.
Okay, so are there any questions at this point in time? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I guess I would say if you would, maybe I'll ask, does anybody need a quick break? Not seeing that either, so I guess if you would continue, please.
Absolutely. So the next step of looking at obtaining that guidance from council in order to finalize that budget for proposal to council on the 10th is other service fee and rate adjustments. So the slides have some information. Again, this information's all built into the dashboard that I have in the background that'll put up after the presentation, but it's just to provide some of that context as to some of the options that are built into that and what the impact of those would look like. The first one is looking at water rate fees. It's been acknowledged that there's a significant increase in that cost of purchasing water for this year. So one of the items we looked at in this is an adjustment to those water rates or a potential adjustment to those water rates. This first one looks at the per cube rate of water distribution systems. I will note that that average number was different in the council package. I noted that it had been manually inputted and wasn't actually averaging them. So it was 3.37 in the original distribution, but it's actually 3.79. I was looking at it yesterday, I was like, that looks low. When I was making my notes. So again, you can kind of see there's a range of different rates that are being charged. There's some low and high ones. There's a couple that have a low and high rate. Wheatland counties are depending on the system. The low and high for Rocky View is actually based on a usage value. So once an account gets over a certain threshold for a billing cycle, that actual higher rate is what gets implemented there. And then Kneehill County's low is two of the well-fed systems are on a lower rate than the actual water distribution systems. And then we look at a comparison of bulk water rates. Again, there's kind of a wide variety of rates that are being charged by comparative municipalities. We are under the average in this case. And so just some considerations for council's information in terms of operating revenues. We've seen a $58,000 increase in the budget this year. That excludes the impact of expiring special tax levies because that shows up as both a revenue and expenditure. So it's a little bit doesn't really reflect the true picture. And that increase is related to water distribution trending. So looking at the amounts that have been billed this year in the last few years and projecting what kind of revenues without changing rates we're looking at receiving within the 2025 year. And then within operating expenditures, there's a $212,000 increase. Again, that excludes the impact of expiring special tax levies. And of that increase, $133,000 relates to water for resale, which includes both updating for distribution trending and that water rate increase that council sees in that first section of the slides. So the net increase of expenses over revenues is that $154,000.
So just before you go on from there, can I ask, we obviously have gotten information from Aqua 7 related to water rates for 2025. What is the increase that they're projecting that we will be paying in terms of per cube rate? Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we actually haven't gotten that formal information from Aqua 7. Aqua 7 has a meeting next week around that.
We have
However,
an anticipation then.
yeah, however, as I'm the manager of Aqua 7, I know what the rate increase from Town of Drumheller to Aqua 7 was, or has been proposed to be. So that we've done that in anticipation that Aqua 7 will pass that on to its customers. So we've not received that formally, but we have a pretty good idea.
So later when we're talking about potential per cube water increases, we're kind of factoring that anticipated rate increase into that. Okay. All right.
So just for some context, a $1 increase to the flat monthly rate results in a $10,000 500 increase per year annually on water revenues. A 10% or 10-cent increase per cube for the water for all distribution systems results in an increased revenue of $17,400. And a 10-cent increase in the per cube rate for bulk water systems results in $6,400 of additional revenue. So something that administration has done this year that we haven't actually necessarily done in the past, we've given council those numbers that were on the prior slide, but we've put forward sort of a budget balancing starting point. And that's just administration looking at some of the comparable numbers, looking at where we might sit, and putting a starting point in front of council for a discussion. That doesn't mean council can't, council's completely at will to change these numbers however they wish. They could choose to do no increase, they could choose to do significantly different increases. This is just that starting point. And that would include a 20-cent per cube increase to water distribution systems, a 30-cent per cube increase to bulk water systems, which would allow for an extra $53,600 of increased revenue. Really, this recommendation is indicated to just at least offset that increase in cost that we're anticipating for our distribution systems for $46,000. That's increased the budget by that $46,911. The next piece is to look at tax rate adjustments and how those would impact closing the shortfall. So one of the things we looked at is the minimum tax. This slide looks at the comparison of minimum tax across different municipalities. Right now, ours is sitting at $150, which is higher than our comparable municipalities. However, there really is a recognition of every parcel of land does receive services from the county. And so that's sort of the intention of having a minimum tax rate, is to sort of ensure that that is covered in some capacity. And so this next slide talks about if we were to increase that by an additional $25, it would provide an additional revenue of $41,500. And this slide just talks about what kind of properties would be impacted. So there's about 88 vacant residential properties, 27 residential hamlet properties, 23 rural properties that are residential, and then there's 863 that would be affected that are non-residential type properties, and then 780 that are farmland parcels.
So just again, for my own information, can you give me an idea of what the assessment level sort of would cap out that would be in the minimum tax? So if it's a vacant lot or a residential property, what kind of assessment level would they have to be under in order to only be impacted by the minimum tax?
Depends on a little bit on what type of property it is because of those rates. If you don't mind, I will respond back to that after the next break because sure. I have the data, it's just not open on my computer and it'll take me a moment to pull it up.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem at all. Thank you.
Absolutely. The next one is looking at, these slides you've seen previously within the presentation is just looking at where we sit in comparison of other municipalities for our various tax rates. Within residential, ours is at 3.3 and the average is 4.2. So we're definitely below the average in terms of residential, and that's really been in reflection of council being really considerate of the impact of the total tax bill on residents in the last few budget cycles. It's been acknowledged that our growth in residential tax assessment is not related to actual new properties, but increased assessment on individual properties. And so council really has been hesitant. We've actually dropped that mill rate in the last few years in recognition of that for council, ensuring that the average ratepayer is not too significantly impacted. And then we look at farmland. So again, we're a little bit above the average here, but there's a wide range of different rates depending on the municipality you look at. I will note last year there was a significant increase on the farmland tax rate, but that was directly related to an increased level of service for roadside mowing that council opted to put onto the farmland tax base because it was a service level that was directly related to those farm parcels. And then in terms of non-residential tax rates, we're again above that average. Again, but there's quite a range depending on what municipality you're looking at. This has been, I mean, the one challenge here is that we're at that 5-to-1 ratio between residential and non-residential. So we're really limited on how those can fluctuate when council looks to close the budget. And again, when we look at right now, council will look at numbers. That's our best estimate of what that looks like. But when we get final assessment, then there's some refining that might need to happen in terms of how tax rates fluctuate to truly close that budget shortfall. This one, again, reflects back to that tax rate ratio. We're at that 4.99 number, and we're significantly over the average of comparable municipalities. But again, that's been a challenge just based on council's hesitation to affect residential ratepayers with too much of a tax rate increase or a total tax increase. And so that's been a little bit hard to move that needle on that based on the way our assessment grows and sort of the limitations on our growth in non-residential assessment as well. So having looked at that, a 1% revenue increase. So when we talk about a 1% increase, we're not talking about a mill rate increase, we're talking about a total revenue increase. And again, that's where it can be a little bit hard. You know, council's been acknowledgement of we don't want to say we're doing a 3% mill rate increase, which actually means 13% increase for your average residential property because their assessment also grew by 10%. So when we're talking revenue increase, and this is again our best estimate when we look at the dashboard today, but when you really truly finalize those mill rates in March, that in revenue increase is looking at the actual increase that a resident should see on their tax bill even when assessment has shifted. And again, that's based on sort of the average. Some assessment might shift more or less than that total assessment shift number, but that's what that's kind of trying to get at. So a 1% increase for residential equates to an extra $19,700 in revenue, and an additional 1% increase related to farmland adds an additional $23,650, and a 1% revenue increase for non-residential provides $224,700. So again, administration has put forward a budget balancing starting point. Again, this is up to council discretion when we open that dashboard. This is just sort of administration's kind of starting point for council discussion on how to potentially close that shortfall. And in that includes an increase of the minimum tax to $175. Again, that's a $25 increase from $150. Increase to residential taxes of 3.75%, an increase to farmland taxes of 3.75%, and an increase to non-residential taxes by 2.75%. The intention of the difference in increases there is to attempt to move that 5-to-1 ratio just a little bit without burdening one class significantly more than another. And this would provide an additional revenues projected of $822,000. So that brings me to my kind of last piece of the equation in terms of closing the budget shortfall. And we look at a potential reserve draw. So we have that revenue stabilization reserve that has always been intended to allow council to use it to balance the budget to alleviate any pressures on ratepayers in any given year. In the last few years, we have used amounts from there. Last year, $568,000 was pulled out of the revenue stabilization reserve to balance the budget. This year, if council opted to starting with the starting point that's been proposed by administration, you would require an additional $466,272 draw from the Revenue Stabilization Reserve. And again, this is if all new initiatives are approved by council and the core shortfall is accommodated for. And then administration would plan to contribute $500,000 to the Revenue Stabilization Reserve from 2024 surplus, likely partly from investment return revenue that would go in there, but that would allow that Revenue Stabilization Reserve to still grow by that $33,728. So you wouldn't be drawing that stabilization reserve down, but it would allow council to balance the budget with moderate impacts to ratepayers. So that, as a budget balancing starting point, if what I've gone through were to be approved by council, that would get you to a balanced budget. I have inputted everything in this presentation into the dashboard, so when I bring it up, it's going to show budget balanced. However, as council knows, all those numbers in the background I can play with. So if you want to adjust water rates in a different way or tax rates in a different way and see how that affects the shortfall, that's what I'm here to do, to facilitate that for council, so you can see what reserve draw would be required to close that, and et cetera. Are we ready to go to the dashboard? Are there any questions?
I think we're going to take a break before we go to
Absolutely.
that dashboard. But before we do that, are there questions from council?
I know.
Okay, Councillor McGee.
Could you come back and remind us, when we took a draw last time from the Revenue Stabilization Reserve, like you said, but we did also contribute to the reserves at our adjustment time, did we not? Could you bring back that number for me when
Absolutely.
we're back? Thanks.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, we are recessed, and I'm going to say till 10, so we'll be back at 10 a.m. Okay, it's 10 a.m. and I'll call the council meeting of November 26th back to order. And Ms. Von Merbach, whenever you are ready, we can move forward.
There we go.
And there it is.
My, these numbers weren't showing up, so I had to reopen it and figure out why it wasn't doing that. We're good now. All right. Just in follow-up, there were a couple questions that were asked that I pulled some data on from before last year. So at the Q4 report, we put that $516,804 into the revenue stabilization reserve. That was the anticipated draw required to balance the budget last year. And then there was an additional $51,356 that were taken out of that reserve in order to balance the budget when we finalized those tax rates last year. In addition, there was $354,734 that was put in from last year's surplus. So the net that the reserve grew last year based on those transfers was $303,378. I was also going to pull the amount of interest that reserve would have grown by in the last year, but I didn't quite get there on break. But that reserve has about $6.6 million in it based on current projections and what's been proposed to council. So there's a significant balance there to draw from in order to balance the budget. And then in terms of the assessment on minimum tax, there's a little bit of a difference between, so at the current $150 minimum tax rate, that's for a residential property is about a $50,500 property. For a farm, it's about a $9,600 piece of parcel. And then for a non-residential property, it's $10,100 of assessed value. If we brought that, if council were to opt to raise that minimum tax to $175, the residential assessment based on that would be a $58,000 property. A farm would be an $11,200 property, and then a non-residential property would be $11,700.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So I haven't changed much about the dashboard from last year. I kept it fairly similar. There's a couple little bits of updated information, but same as council. So right now we've got that $1.3 million shortfall right at the very top, which is prior to any deliberations. Again, it's showing budget balance just because I've inputted all of the recommendations that were in that presentation. I would likely, if council would like to play with the numbers, I would suggest pulling that reserve draw recommendation out of the equation entirely, so council can that number would be the live number of what would need to come out of reserves in order to balance the budget. Just right now, based on what we put into that presentation, I've got it sitting at balanced. And then you've got a little section where it has your total draws from reserves that are based on all the projects and your total contributions to reserves based on the operating budget. There's a project summary, which is just showing the different categories of projects that are included within the budget and as would be presented on the 10th based on the current scenario. Then you've got those taxation revenue sections, which again is showing that 3.75, 3.75, 2.75% revenue increases and the total value that would provide. I will note right here, it says that $780,000. In addition, there's that $41,000 related to that minimum tax rate that's also included in closing that shortfall. There's also that tax burden distribution, so just sort of tracking the distribution of the different classes in terms of how much they contribute to that tax base, and then the tax ratio showing that it would likely drop based on the numbers that are sitting there right now. Again, that's to be determined based on the final assessment that comes in. Then you've got bulk water user impact. So there's 274 active bulk water accounts. The vast majority, so 90% of them are low volume, where that proposed 30-cent increase to bulk water would range in impacting those users from about annually $22 to $112. And then moderate volume users, which account for 6% of accounts, that range of impact could be that $112 to $292. And then high users, which is 4% of accounts, which are all typically industrial accounts, the range would be from that $292 to $2,466 annually. And there's only a couple accounts that are actually within that category. And then there's that section that looks at property under minimum tax threshold. These are typically the ones that are within the Torrington Trailer Park, just because they don't actually own the land, they own the value, like the building on top of it. So typically they would only be impacted by that minimum tax increase based on their assessed value of that $25. And if they have a water connection, they're actually not charged that flat rate fee, so then that represents the total impact to them annually as well. And then you've got the annual ratepayer impact, which again hasn't changed from prior years. I have updated the approximate assessed value. So a residential hamlet home with a water connection looking at $160,000 assessed value, with the current numbers looking at about a $68 impact per year. And then a $380,000 residential acreage with a water connection, you're looking at about $117 total impact. An acreage without a water connection, an $85 impact, and then an average farmland quarter section, a $35 impact. Again, I also have, we didn't use this a whole lot last year, I do have it in the background, I've got a project dashboard. So if council really wanted to dig into what projects were being approved, this gives you a little bit more detail on how that affects things. It's got your total proposed projects, the current state of the project, current costs, the operating budget impact, and future potential costs. And then you've also got project funding sources and kind of where those reserve draws are and where your total balance for reserves would sit based on how those numbers would shift. So again, I think what I would recommend is to pull that reserve draw number out, and then council can kind of play with what other scenarios they might want to see and what that looks like for the budget impact. If that's what council would like to see, then I would do that.
So I'll say yes. Just pull it out of there and then we'll go. Since nobody else is weighing in one way or another.
Well, and that just allows council to kind of see if you want to adjust other rates where that, you know, what that reserve draw would need to be to close the shortfall. Do we want to go through kind of how they were presented in the budget? Like start with looking at water rates. Is council comfortable with what's been put forward as a starting point from administration? Would they like to see a different adjustment, no adjustment?
I guess one of my difficulties with the water rates is without knowing what kind of increase that we're facing from our supplier, it makes it difficult. So am I to assume that a 20-cent rate on a residential customer actually covers what we're looking at? Or, so that's why I asked the question I asked earlier, because it's just kind of from the point of view of making a decision. So if we increased, and I'm just looking for it again here, where we talked about it.
To clarify, just while you're, that $46,000 increase that we've put into the adjustment of the budget is reflective of assuming that increased cost from Aqua 7 is going to be applied to us across all of our systems that are supplied by Aqua 7. So if it goes higher than that, that $46,000 is going to be not enough. There are other costs related to the water department that have increased that are not just water, the amount we pay to distribute water. But again, that's sort of council's, how they would look. At this point, those recommended increases should cover the increased cost of the water we purchase for resale, but not necessarily increased other operational costs.
Okay, so what you're saying is that that 20 cents per cube increase to the water distribution system should cover what our anticipated cost of water increase will be.
From the information we have available right now, yes. But will not cover additional increased operational costs related to the system.
Okay, nor would it cover a higher than anticipated.
That is correct.
Okay. Right. Questions, comments, ideas, thoughts? Councillor Christie.
Curiosity, probably more a question for Mike. The bulk water from Three Hills, does that have anything to do with the county there at all or not? If I was a county customer to Three Hills Bulk Station?
Through the chair, I think we'd need to look at that answer. I don't believe so, but I can't tell you that with certainty. We would need to.
Well, part of that question then is Trochu gets its water from Three Hills and we go from the bulk water station in Trochu. Is there a markup from either one of them?
So that's information we would need to pull that information. We don't have that at our fingertips, but there is the bulk water rate that would be charged by the town of Three Hills is a different rate than the one that we're being charged for Mount Vernon, Aqua 7, or sorry, not Aqua 7, Mount Vernon, Mount Equity, and what the town of Trochu pays. But we would have to do a bit of digging to get those, the correct numbers in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Penner.
Mike, it's just a comment to do with bulk water. The convenience of it, is 30 cents enough increase in bulk for me? Because it is very quick, other than if there is a line break or so, or unfortunate bulk system shut down, and different people from different areas come to certain stations and they're shut down because it's hit that minimum amount. So to me, an increase of 30, I could go higher in bulk.
Well, I guess the only thing that I guess I keep in mind when we're talking about bulk water is the bulk water customers who are reselling potable water and the impact on the business that they do, and whether they can carry that. I'm sure they're anticipating there might be an increase in price, but whether they can carry whatever that increase is through to their contracted customers. And so I know a lot of our bulk water goes to industrial use and not necessarily to a resale side of things, but I also keep in mind the fact that there are some resellers of our bulk water out there in our system too. Councillor Christie.
That goes back to my question on the cost of the water from Three Hills or from Trochu, because it's a different source. But all our spray water comes from the bulk water system, and 30 cents wouldn't scare me a bit compared to what else I do.
Trochu bulk water is Kneehill County provided, not town of Trochu, I believe. Am I correct in that? So that would be whatever our bulk water price is would be reflected in Trochu, but not necessarily in Three Hills.
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Yeah, but it still comes through the Trochu system to get to our bulk system.
I hear what you're saying. Are we losing money? Is it costing us more than what we're selling it for? So yeah, great information we would like to see.
So other thoughts, questions? Councillor Penner.
I'll throw it out there. It's so hard to balance a budget here, not knowing what we could be getting 100% from oil and gas this coming year, what the provincial government is going to require them to pay back. So I am happy to dip into the revenue stabilization reserve. What that figure will be, we'll work into it later on, because this is like a one-off. We don't know. And I don't, yeah.
Through the chair, I think that's one thing, administration, when we put the amount we hope to get through that ending of that oil and gas tax holiday in, we were conservative in that number for a few reasons. One being, we didn't want to overpromise and then end up having to take more out of revenue stabilization. The other was sort of an acknowledgement of that 5-to-1 ratio and where we sit. And if those numbers end up being more optimistic and better than we hoped, and non-resident or residential doesn't grow just in market growth in the same way, it also then at that point in time provides council with some other discussion items, whether you actually allow that non-residential rate to decrease or not even increase as much because there's additional revenue that we're not expecting, which would help that 5-to-1 ratio to continue to drop. Or whether we remove some of that withdraw from revenue stabilization reserve because there's additional revenue that we're going to add there. So there is a little bit of room for council. Like, it's likely to be a positive scenario when we come to assessment shifts, but we really don't know that with certainty right now. But I think what we've tried to propose to council right now is sort of a safe scenario, if I'm going to put it that way, right? So that when we come to that discussion, we might end up in a place where council has a little bit more flexibility to either opt to alleviate pressure on a different ratepayer class or decrease that residential rate in the interest of business attraction, because I know that's something that council is looking forward with economic development, and at present that non-residential rate is higher than our average competitors, which means that's us challenged in terms of attracting investment. So really what we've tried to do is give council a good baseline to make decisions with that gives a good idea, but yes, we understand that once you hit that assessment, that might mean you get to draw less money out of reserves when we really finalize that tax rate bylaw. Perhaps it means you end up drawing more because you want to change the rates in a way that optimizes ratepayers. This is truly our best estimate with the information we have available at this time, and we don't expect it to massively affect the actual budget when we come to discussing that bylaw at that time.
Councillor Cunningham.
Just curious, do we track the data, like when you spoke of like the business tax and you know, maybe we see an increase in that quite a bit, and we talk about the economic development and trying to attract business here. Do we have any numbers that say that people have chosen not to build in Kneehill County due to the tax rate?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. We don't have any statistics that really talk about who don't build, but we have had a lot of people inquire about building or what are the rules and regulations to build within Kneehill County. Some of the items that we have seen where we've had to reject is when we have been approached by either investment opportunities through the province or the federal government programs, saying that we have a business that are looking for this, and this. And unfortunately, we don't have some of the infrastructure or some of the asks that they have in that. So those are ones that we see regularly and we start capturing. But in the future, we definitely want to find a matrix to find out where we are potentially missing the mark. It's unfortunate we can't measure accurately of those who don't want to come. We can only measure on our growth potential, opportunity, and what others are seeing for growth matrix in their area.
So I'm doing a little math in my head here, and if we were to, like, based on the numbers that we were given, a 1% change in the taxes that are presented there, so instead of 3.75, we went to 4.75, 4.75, and 3.75, that generates about $268,000 in revenue. It changes a hamlet tax bill by $954, acreage by $22.68, and a farm by $9.36, according to my calculations. So there you go. Look at that, bang.
Saving you the quick calculations if I can.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Phobes.
I would like to take us off the water conversation and around the Horseshoe Canyon, because I've gotten about 4 separate calls about this in this upcoming budget. 3 of the things that we have slated for 2025 will total $483,600. Of the 3 things that we have slated, what are your top 2 priorities?
Okay, I think that's a question for you, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. Depending on the information that comes back from the feasibility study, these initiatives are funded through reserve. So it's different from the operational impact. So it won't have the operational impact directly on the tax rate that you're seeing there. The priorities basically are council priority. We have put the recommendation, we would like to explore what this looks like for Horseshoe Canyon. We believe the top priority ourselves administratively would be the area structure plan in nature to really understand that investment, that growth opportunity. Looking at the master plan, which is a council priority, is bringing that forward and showing those opportunities should they move forward, as in creating a facility within Horseshoe Canyon. Those are opportunities for consideration should the feasibility study show that it is a good opportunity. There are good partner matrix with it. There are potential funding aspects to it. Those are bigger conversations that would come once that feasibility study is completed in the first quarter. So that is kind of a placeholder should you want to move forward on that, but it is also funded through reserves. I hope I answered that, Councillor Phobes. Is there any follow-up or clarity you'd like around that?
Councillor Phobes, is there a follow-up?
Not at this current moment.
Okay.
Think about it.
All right. Councillor Cunningham.
I think it's also imperative that we do remember reserves still are taxpayers' money. It's not like it's a separate thing that doesn't belong to our ratepayers. So one question that came to me was, and when you mentioned the potential increase in farmland taxes, I was asked, like last year we increased agriculture land tax 17.5%, and it was kind of equated to the roadside maintenance that needed to be done. And so the question that I was asked, I'd like to know how much money that 17.5% provided. And of that increase in funds, did all that money get spent on the spraying?
So yeah, the 2 changes last year were to the chemical composition that we're using in the spraying program and in the mowing, the second mowing. Councillor Phobes, you want to bring that answer back probably, or?
Through the chair, that 17.5% increase was intended to have a $352,000 increase on the revenue last year. And again, most of that was associated with that increased level of service. I don't know off the top of my head, I'd have to come back with the exact amount, but it was realistically, council really looked at that amount as trying to pay for that increased level of service with farmland taxes.
Okay, so the 17.5 equated to 352,000 in revenue generated.
Yes.
And so then the numbers that for Councillor Cunningham to respond to that would be, what was the increase in the spraying and the mowing?
And the project for roadside weed control had a $289,000 impact on the operating budget last year. I'd have to look up the actuals. I think we came in a little bit under budget on some of like the contract when we actually got it, but it wasn't significantly under that.
So based on the numbers in front of you right now, about a $352,000 increase in revenue, and the associated cost increase on the program side was $289,000.
That is correct. And if farmland had the same increase as residential, that would have increased by $80,000. So realistically, the additional increase over what was imposed on residential was solely used to fund that increased level of service related to roadside mowing.
Okay, so if we'd have used the same percentage increase on farm side, it would have netted 80,000
That is
last year?
correct.
Okay. All right. And Councillor Folks, you had a question. Sorry,
Good.
you're good? Okay, I'm sorry.
Come back.
Councillor Whitstock.
Just a question for you, Marika. When we're looking at the revenue change percentages of, well, let's look at the ones that are on the board, 4.75, 4.75, 3.75. Our tax ratio will remain at that 4.94?
Through the chair, that 1% decrease between residential and non-res is projected to drop it from 4.99 to that 4.94, yes. So it's a little bit of move the needle. It's not a lot of move the needle. Last year we raised it, I believe it was at about 3.74 the prior year. And just due to the way residential taxes continue to increase because of market rates, not because of growth, that last year was a real challenge to keep it within that in order to maintain a reasonable increase for the average ratepayer.
But that would be reflected in the mill rates.
Yes. And again, that depending on how that tax holiday comes in with assessment and depending on how market assessment shifts this year for residential, it might be more optimistic, like it might be a better than that 4.94 when we really get that finalized assessment number. But this is based on the information we have today.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that answer. I kind of assumed that's where it was, but thanks.
So one of the things that we talked about recently was a change in and this is outside of the way we set the parameters for this budget, was a change in the service level as far as gravel was concerned. That's obviously not built into what we're talking about here. And it's obviously outside of all the parameters we of council have talked about in terms of maintaining service levels at existing points. And the conversation that we had at the COW meeting around that and the potential implementation of a reduction in that service level, I guess my question for administration would be is, if council was to approve something like that, at what point in time would that take place? Like, anticipation would be for the 26 year or the 25 year, or kind of what would be the anticipated implementation of something like that?
Through the chair, I believe that would typically be something we'd implement in 2026 based on data that we'd be able to collect through implementation and what those variances might look like. So typically you'd probably see a reflection within the quarterly variance reports within 2025 that we could tie to some of those adjustments in levels of service, and then would be reflected back into the 2026 budget. It's potential, depending on, I actually didn't watch that entire presentation, so my apologies if I'm getting something a little bit off. It's certainly possible that we could adjust a budget in a slight way in reflection of that level of service, but likely, given that there's quite likely council is going to opt to pull some money out of reserves to fund the budget, those cost savings would eventually likely end up in additional money going back into reserves as an offset of that. So likely really realistically to not impact that core tax adjustment that council's discussing today because of the likely intent of pulling some money out of reserves to balance the budget itself.
Well, one of the reasons I bring it up is we have, as one of our principles in setting the budget, is we've said that we're not adjusting service levels. But the reality is that one of the things in the long-term picture that as a council, there's potential savings in service level adjustment. The question is two things. One, is council willing to consider those things? And secondly, are our ratepayers willing to consider that? And so it's not really in the conversation today, but because the principle that we gave is service levels stay the same. But in a long-term picture around, and I know the appetite from the residents and our ratepayers is likely not to see service levels reduced. However, they have to understand that in order for us to maintain service levels, as costs go up and everything else is changing out there in the world, that it does mandate an increase in our budget. And even though we might not be changing staff numbers or positionally, things are really changing within our organization, to hold services at a certain level does have immediate impacts on how much it costs to operate. And it's one of the things that as council we have set as a base principle for the way we're going to do business here is to maintain service levels, but there's an immediate consequence to that. And that consequence is inflation and the cost of maintaining those services at that specific level. Mr. Hogan?
Yeah, through Mr. Reeve. I think one of the things in the overall point that you're making is correct. This has been built on the maintenance of service levels. As you increase or decrease those service levels, as the case may be, then that'll have budgetary impacts. So the overall point is correct. I did want to go back and touch on the gravel example that council talked about. And again, what we're looking at there is not necessarily a service level reduction. It's seeing if there's an efficiency there to be gained to maintain the same service level. So we think with the way that we're grading the roads now, the gravel that we're finding there, we can deliver the same service with less gravel used. And so it's not as much a service level alteration in that specific example as it is finding an efficiency through process. In this case, the way we're grading the roads or what we're doing there. And I think to go back to the original question and tie that in is if council moved forward with that, we'd start that assessment in 2025 to see if what we expected to happen actually occurred. And if it did, then you'd see more of the budget impact hitting in 2026, as Ms. Van Burbach said.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not arguing the how we define the change in what's being proposed, but I know how it sits in a ratepayer's mind, right? And when they see less gravel on a road immediately, or less times for gravel being applied to a road surface, maybe that's a better way of putting it, or an extended period between those applications, or a change in the number of times the grader goes by their house, and all of those kind of things. Even if the road conditions remained exactly the same, they still perceive that as us changing a service level. And that's where the difficulty is always, right? In terms of trying to present to the ratepayers and to the ones who are paying the bill for the operations here is an understanding of, as changes are made, it's not necessarily made to downgrade what's happening out there. No pun intended. But it is to look for efficiencies, as Mr. Hogan has said. And sometimes to explain those efficiencies is much harder than it is to make them happen. And so, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there that as we continue to operate where we are, and as we consider maybe increases in the way we're operating with maybe changes in what's happening at Horseshoe Canyon or changes in the way we're operating out on the roads. Philosophically, sitting here at this table is one thing, putting it out in the public is something else. And it sometimes gets very difficult, but that's our job, to explain why those changes are being made, so. Counselor Forbes?
So just for clarity, if we were to remove the interpretive center of 330,000 off of this year's budget, that's a savings, or that's coming out of reserves? I'm just trying to get clarity on
Okay.
what's what here.
Okay, so anything that's in your project list that says it's being funded by reserves does not impact this dashboard that we see in front of us. Where it impacts is on money coming from reserves and the amount of money that has to go back to reserves. So it does and it doesn't, because reserve money is in the operating side of our budget as well, right? Like the contributions. And that's why I said earlier, like oftentimes we think about we're funding this through reserves, and Councillor Cunningham referred to it as well. It is taxpayer dollars that are sitting in those reserves, and it is taxpayer dollars that replenish those reserves. So you want to help me, Mr. Hogan or Ms. Von Merbeck?
Through you, Mr. Eve, you're on the right track. So if you're looking specifically to this dashboard, and let's pick any of those projects, pick the interpretive center as the one to talk about. So on the current shortfall surplus that's on screen, there's $198,180. If you remove the interpretive center as a 2025 project, that number on the shortfall would still be $198,180. And that's because that money is coming from reserves. So as Reeve King was speaking of, if that project goes forward, then you see a revenue. You wouldn't actually see this because it'd be a part of a different, all the transfers. But theoretically, what's happening in the background is the 300,000 or the 330,000 is coming into revenue as a transfer from reserves, and then the project is got an expense under expenditures related to it. So it's basically a net zero. It comes in on the revenue, it goes out on the expense, which is why it doesn't impact this number.
May I, if I may,
Yeah,
I can
you
actually
go ahead.
set that project as no, and then I can illustrate how that impacts this dashboard, because that might help this a little bit. So if council were to say no to the interpretive center project, you're gonna see the top two right boxes slightly change here. So I say no here, and it updates, it draws down the amount that's coming from reserves, and it changes the total project summary sitting here. Likewise, if we go and look at, but it doesn't change that shortfall number because it's not being funded through the operating budget. Likewise, if we look at that project budget, right now we've got it saying no, but if we move it to a yes, it automatically updates those total amounts. So that total reserve number that's sitting down here shifts based on whether that project is a no or a yes, but it doesn't shift that operating budget shortfall. Whereas conversely, like to further example, if we take a project, let's look at the Wimborne fluoride study, and I know that's not something that council's discussing. I'm only picking it because it also has an operating budget impact to it. So if we go back to this operating dashboard, and if council were to not do that project, again, I'm just using it as an example, it would should change that shortfall. I might have missed something in there in the calculations. It's pulling from a different number, but it would take this and it would, maybe not. Might have missed that one.
There'd be $26,000 basically that is
Yes.
in the operating side of the 2025 budget would come out of that number.
There, right? Like it would update that shortfall. It actually, I did it the wrong way there, but it would decrease that shortfall because that project wouldn't go forward. We would no longer incur those extra costs. It would also decrease the amount of money that's coming out of reserves. But unless a project has an operating budget impact, it doesn't change that.
So there's 4 projects that we were conversing about that have operational impacts in the 2025 budget if we go forward with them.
Yes.
The Wimborne water system for $26,000, the fuel management system for $15,000, the 4th CPO for $150,900, and the management services contract for $75,000. those would all, if they were nixed, all would have an immediate impact on that shortfall of the 198,000.
That is correct.
Councillor Wistock.
Going back to the Wimborne water system, though, there would be a revenue increase because it would no longer be on the low rate water rate, it would be on the high rate water rate. I mean, that would be a council decision,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there is a potential there for a revenue increase on the water side to make up for the water being treated.
That is correct. And if you give me a moment, I could tell you the revenue increase if you did that.
If we did that, that's $1.50 a cube, immediate impact to residents in Wimborne. And not adding in the projected 20 cent per cube either.
And yeah, just based on the current water rates, if you moved that system to the higher rate, a system doesn't have significant flows. You're talking about like a $2,200 revenue increase. It's not a ton per year, but it would increase the revenue associated with that water line.
Well, and I would think a system upgrade like that would be probably costed out over more than just 1 year.
Through the chair, but the operational impact is that $26,000. So you'd have to significantly increase the revenue associated with that water line to offset even just the operational impact of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you said go from the low rate to the high rate was only $2,200.
That's correct.
So there's still a deficit of about $24,000 in operational side just for that. But that's also being mandated by outside of our control, the necessity to deal with that high fluoride water in that Wimborne water system.
That is correct.
That's when you get into the argument around whether you go to a pipeline that goes from Torrington to Wimborne and all the system changes and all that associated costs as compared to just an upgrade within the hamlet of Wimborne. And there's huge ramifications whichever way you go to both of those, so. So as we're looking at the dashboard right now, is that Horseshoe Canyon feasibility thing back in there? Okay.
Yes, all projects are currently set to yes within the back dashboard.
And the Wimborne water's at the original level?
Yes.
You make things change so fast, it's hard to keep. Councillor Cunningham, please.
So just back to Councillor Phoba's question, and I don't know tell me if this makes sense, but like when I think about the operating versus reserves, like if you were to look at your household budget, you had a budget that you tried to follow every month, every year, whatever, you decided you wanted to do a kitchen renovation, but it wasn't within your daily operating budget. So you had to take that out of your savings account. Would that be kind of the way to equate it to average? It's still your money, you're just, you're having to take it out of your savings to fund that project that you want to do, because it's not within your day-to-day budget.
Yep.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And then just further to that, I guess what I'm hearing a lot from folks is, I mean, we're talking about Kneehill County tax increase, but that's not the only increase that people are facing, as we are all well aware of right now. You know, we've had a delegation come in. I think we've all received an email from a ratepayer that's concerned about the increase in taxes. So the question that came to me was, can we highlight ways that we as a council and administration have worked to decrease our spending as opposed to just going to the tax increase? Just wondering if there's some ways we could kind of show what we've done on that end as a group.
Well, I think we haven't listed them on a spreadsheet or anything, but I know within the organization, there's been a lot of work done, and we have talked about them in the process, and so perhaps that's additional information that could come back to our next conversation in December, just in terms of highlighting where some of those cost savings have been looked for and found, and the efforts that are being made to get us over the hump, I suppose, in terms of managing within our means.
Through the chair, that's absolutely some data we can pull. It's a bit of a challenge just because there's a variety of ways that administration has managed those costs. So there's ways where there's been times where there's an actual category of expenditure that's been able to be reduced and maintained service levels. But there's also a lot of situations where we've managed to continue to operate within the same envelope of funding without increasing it. And that's the number that's a little bit more challenging to actually track, is where administration has said, no, find a way to still do this with this envelope of funding rather than increasing it. So there's certainly some expenditures where we can track where we've actually decreased that amount and specifically managed to do that. But I would argue that the majority is likely where we've managed to not increase in reflection of council's mandate to try and mitigate costs to alleviate ratepayer impacts.
Yeah, and just before I come to you, Councillor Phobes, I know in the third quarter variance report, you showed lots of areas where savings have been made and or where expenditures have gone beyond what we anticipated, but in overall, we're moving in a positive direction for expenditures, or we're getting more revenue than anticipated, which is helping us hold things within the line as well. So those quarterly reports are very helpful in understanding where some of that work is being done. So, Councillor McGee.
I just wanted to reaffirm what you had said. I did a lot of reflecting about this, and I recall my first year as a councillor 7 years ago, and the budget revenue that we have has not increased all that much, yet our costs, just if we were just to factor cost of living costs and so forth, has increased substantially. Not to mention the download that we've had, not to mention the removal of some of our revenue that we've had to that we were expecting. So we have done, I can't think of the very specifics, but I think we've been very creative year after year after year on how to deal with the actual extreme increase in expenditures we are seeing year after year since I've been here. I can't believe the change in what we have to spend money on in comparison, and to see that our revenue has not increased really all that much at all over that period of time. It speaks very highly of the efforts that have been made, and it'd be fun to see some of those highlights. Yeah, I know we've done some great things to make things feasible.
Mr. Hogan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. To build on some of the things that have been said, in the budget process as it comes forward, and again, this is a number that, as Ms. von Merbach has said, it's not easily to produce there, but one of the standard points that we put on the budget development process is that there are no automatic inflationary increases. So in some entities, when they do budgeting, is they say, okay, costs have gone up 2% and everything goes up 2% across the board. We don't prepare the budget that way. And that goes back to Ms. von Merbach's point of, we don't automatically do that. It's back to the numbers. You see some of them in the variance report saying, if we have 10,000 in this area and we spent 9,400, we don't automatically raise that 10,000 to 10,200. In fact, it might even get reduced a little bit depending on what it is. So in preparation of the budget, those are some of the activities that we do. And that's part of that, wanting to make sure that we're not just building in increases for the sake of it, that wherever there's an increase that we're seeing that related to an actual reason, right? So we don't build in those automatic inflationary increases, and that's part of that whole bundle of how we how we prepare this in order to bring it in front of you for your review. So, but again, there's not a tracking of the GLs that stayed stagnant, right? And we didn't say, okay, we can change up a process here. And sometimes that is tweaking a budget based on historical trends. Sometimes it's we've changed an internal process and used whether it's technology to mitigate what would have been an increase otherwise or not. And so, but there's not a good measure of that sort of thing to be able to put that forward. The other thing that we do is the vetting process that I know Ms. Van Merbach has gone through in earlier presentations. So there is there's a number of other projects or staffing requests and the like that were taken out of the proposed budget at the management or senior leadership team level that you as council never even saw because we've taken those out. To go through. So there's also that vetting process means not everything that comes up from the budget managers eventually makes it into what we're proposing to you. We vet some of those and take some of those out as well prior to them getting to this level. And that's not, I know that last example is not necessarily an expenditure reduction, but it's feeding the point that just because it comes forward from internally doesn't mean it makes it to you. So it's not necessarily every expense is coming forward to you either. We're cutting some of, or every increased expense is coming forward to you. We're cutting some of those off before they arrive or in this room.
All right, any other thoughts or comments, direction? Do you want to take us back to where we were originally at the 3.75 and the 2.75 numbers? I haven't heard overwhelming enthusiasm for a 1% increase in the different classes, so it just puts us back to the place where we need to find the $466,000 some other way. And it has to be on the operations side, so. Councillor Phobes.
This is just a question. I will always be in favor of having our CPOs. What happens if we for 1 year didn't go for the fourth one? Can someone give me what would happen to us as a county if we did not have 4 peace officers for 2025?
You take 150,900 off of that number.
Plus the truck.
No, the truck comes from.
It's still money.
No, I know that, but in terms of the number that's in front of us here on the dashboard, it's 150,900 change. Do you want to pull that out for us, please, Marika? I know there's truck and capital expenses.
And that's fine. So if someone needs to answer my question, which is what would happen if we didn't do the 4th peace officer for 1 year?
What you mean for service level or for? So you mean for service level, not for cost, for budget? For service level.
Mr. Gannon, you've been tasked with that question?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. With the peace officer role being one of those that is really dependent on many factors of complaint-driven system within the community, the increased patrols that we've seen and the changes with some of our bylaws, the impact would be reaction time, would be how many patrols we do. Also, it doesn't create a lot of capacity should we find a change within the department, another individual looking at different opportunities elsewhere, which is a normal facet of the peace officer program. So it doesn't really keep that that availability. If you lose one person, a significant level of decrease in service, it has been received within the department right now. So having that fourth person really gives you the elevation of being able to do that should those impacts come forward. At the same time, there are initiatives that we're trying to do more youth engagement. Those have dropped off the table more and more as we've seen those changes. We'd like to bring them back up to the level that we think council would like to move forward with within the schools, also educational programs within the community on enforcement files as we go with the communication system. So the impact would be right off the bat would be how long it takes us to do our job, depending on the files coming in. And it would also change our abilities to do some of the community engagement that the peace officers have done through their portfolio. So those are some of the main impacts. Will we still move forward with it? Obviously, yes, that's what we do for the community. But there would be most likely an increase in complaints for how much time it takes us to move forward with some of the files. And the amount of effort that it takes for these files really puts those officers in a lot of effort for those single files that may be moving forward. So I hope I answered that. It's kind of open-ended depending on the levels of complaints. It's all on prioritizing those different services and the level of those complaints that do come in, or the support that we provide the community in that portfolio.
Councillor Forbes.
So then I guess my follow-up question is, and I'm not sure who this will go to, what did we gain in revenue from sourcing out our peace officers to our urbans?
So you're looking for the contract revenues from?
Yes, because maybe that's something we need to address. Maybe we can't afford to keep doing things for our urbans and still be able to address all the issues that our ratepayers are going to have because we're lacking in the service. So am I carrying an extra peace officer to accommodate the urban contracts I have, or do I need them? So that's where my question is.
Yeah, and part of that question would involve ICF agreements as well. So Mr. Hogan or Mr. Gannon wanted to respond to that question.
Yeah, through the chair. One of the functions, so I'll maybe start near the end of that first. So the question, are we carrying a peace officer just to fulfill our contracts with the urbans? The answer straight out is no. The amount of work that we're doing for the urbans is not, we'd have to look up the exact number, but I don't know if that's equating to 10, 20 hours a month.
You had it on one of the reports, yeah.
I know we've provided that, we just have to dig it up again to go through that. So we're not carrying an extra peace officer to do that, or to fulfill those contracts, nor are they a source of grand revenue for that program. What we are charging the urbans is, we need to do a refined review of it, but the intent is that we're looking that we have cost recovery on that. So if we're giving an hour of service, we're getting that covered through that contract to the urban. There's some refinement to do on that from our end, but that's the general philosophy. Basically it amounts to, if you came back and you had those extra number of hours per month, those could be designated to the functions that Mr. Gannon said. So what we're seeing, or basically the course of action is, if you are looking at doing A, B, and C with the peace officers, there's a finite resource there. So if you have 3 and you see dealing with more files from the unsightly bylaw as an example, you're going to see less time spent on controls or on traffic control, safety, youth engagement, those rural crime prevention in conjunction with the RCMP, functions like that. The only way to maintain those or to add to them is to make the pie bigger. And that means more officers with the associated costs. Anything else that you do, so if you spend more time on the roads, then you're spending less. If you spend more, and when I say the roads, if you're spending more time doing safety and traffic enforcement, that's on the roads, then you're spending less time working on, say, those unsightly files. And so those files take longer, as Mr. Gannon said. So there's a bit of a zero-sum game that goes on with the finite resources, is you're always, if you get more here, you're providing less to there. As Mr. Gannon said, we'll continue to move forward with the program. It's just we're more reactionary to what comes in front of us as we do. as we go through that to the other part of it, the revenue that's associated with the urbans is about $20,000.
Mr. Gannon?
I just want to add one other note through the chair is when we did bring this up previously, I just want to reiterate is that some of the files that we go out does take 2 peace officers go to those files depending on the contentiousness of those files in order for the security of those peace officers and that file moving forward. So when we have 3, that really takes, depending on those files, moving that asset and reducing that service. We do have a lot of roads we'd like to, be able to go out there and do much more patrols. But a 4th officer gives us the ability to do more patrols, but also look at a variation of the hours we do patrols with. So that's another thing that we need to consider of the visibility on more flexibility within the hours they're out on the road and days of the week they're out on the road. Right now, when you have 2 to 3 peace officers, that makes it very difficult depending on where those priorities are during the week and gives you less flexibility for those additional patrols that are needed for those the weekends and further on in the day's operation.
Councillor Phobes?
So in the past, from pictures that I've seen in the Capitol, we send 2 peace officers to go to the library or to the school. Is that going to be a practice we're going to continue to move forward if we're short-staffed, as you're saying?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. It's one of those files that peace officers have in the face value with our community. When we have the opportunity, we try to ensure those peace officers are there so they can be recognized within the community. So community engagement, when we've already presented it, unless there are high priorities in those files, that 1 hour, 2 hours or what it is, we try to get them face value as much as we can so they can be recognized, they can change the opinions or educate within the community and be those respondents within the community that people will want to talk to and not fearful to talk to. So it's very important to try to get them FaceTime, but we do act in the priorities in the field that if there is a higher priority in the field, that engagement unfortunately is going to have to be postponed, or we look at how many people that move forward. If we have the availability, we try to squeeze it in. But if we don't, it's a variability of understanding those priorities.
Councillor Cunningham?
So I just have some further questions about the CPO program, and I don't ever want it to appear that we're picking on that program, because I know Ms. Grassfield was here, I think it was at at Cal meeting, and I mean, she does an excellent presentation to show us the worth and the value of having this program for sure. The one issue that I have is, I know we talk about availability, and we'd like to have 4, so if one leaves, we at least have 3. I own a business and I can't operate that way. I can't hire a 3rd partsman and on the thought that one might leave and I need to have 2. So that part just doesn't work for me. I'd like to know for 2024, how many months did we operate with 3 peace officers? Because to my understanding is we haven't had 3. So now that we have 3 currently, I would really like to see how that program could be managed with 3, because I know we've been operating for a good portion of 2024 with 2. So, and I mean, I understand the questions that Councillor Phobes is asking about our urbans. I don't know each urban ICF agreement, but what I'm hearing is we do not have the capability to provide any hours to our urbans. And I hate to say that, but I mean, maybe it's time that the urbans come together and maybe look at an alternate, because as we always say, our residents are our #1 priority. So we have to make sure that those hours that we do have are going to the residents of Kneehill County. And I guess just a little bit of clarification, Mr. Gannon talked about the variation of hours. I do get asked this all the time. So if we do go to 4, will we operate with a peace officer all weekend? And would we be operating 24/7, or how would that look with a 4th?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. Great questions. Would we be operating 24/7? I don't believe that is in the cards. I don't believe we have enough within the 4-officer contingency to run underneath that model. The level of supervision and risk for 24 operation is something that would have to really be considered and look to make sure those resources are adequate for that. So at this time, that evaluation did not consider 24/7 operation. It did consider working on the weekend and finding those hours of being visible. Should it be on road patrols? Should it be on community events? Should it be on a variety of aspects? I've, through my tenure of being here for the last 2.5 years, this is the second time we've brought this forward. We do believe we have the work for 4 officers. And that's when we did have a contingency of 3 at that time. And we still believe we have enough work to support 4. Through the changes with the unsightly premises bylaw, with the additional requests for road patrols, those in themselves have increased some of the demands and requirements within those files. As we work with planning and development more on their files, we're finding more and more applications that the peace officers are managing those complaints as well. So we kind of marry a bylaw position into a peace officer position. Some communities have those separated, and we kind of combine them all into it to make them more where they can be dispatched to multiple roles and functions, and we feel in a safer manner. So as far as the programs, I hope I've answered that question, Councillor Cunningham, but through my evaluation, through the conversation of what we see, we do feel that the increase in patrols, the requests that have come forward in the file management, we did try to manage that administratively, but we still feel that a 4th peace officer is required for the portfolio, for the demand of the work.
Okay, Mr. Zier.
Just to add to Director Gannon's comments there, and just looking at from an operational point of view here for requests that I know that our department has made on these, on Mr. Gannon's department as far as increased patrols. What we're really looking at is for one, the safety, where we look at the speeders and that sort of thing with patrols, but also the protection of our infrastructure. So as we talk about splitting these shifts and looking at variations to where we're sending the officers out, a lot of our road users have become accustomed to our schedules right now, and even mixing that up really puts a little more onus on the operator to follow those. We talked a lot about road use agreements. We talked a lot about protecting these things in the last few weeks here, and just to make sure that the hammers we have, the actual abilities we have, the enforcement measures we have is primarily through the peace officer program. We don't have a lot of sheriffs or RCMP that will respond to that sort of item. Again, like I say, we've made quite a few requests on safety of our own staff out there, providing extra checks on when we're doing seal coating, that sort of thing, making sure that our staff are protected on the road, and that is one of the primary functions that we use the officer program for. But going back to all that, really the costs associated with damage to some of these roads, if we have a few operators that don't follow our rules, are significant, and that's where we really see a benefit to increased patrols, increased service level on that.
Thank you, Mr. Zier. So where are we at? Councillor Woodstock.
I have a question for you, Mr. Hogan. Okay, I'm gonna call it local improvement tax, special areas water tax, whatever it is, that 25 is gonna be the last year on collecting those. They are currently going into a restricted reserve, water reserve. Is there a way that you can put another local area improvement tax, whatever you wanna call it, on the areas that are serviced by water, and then have it placed in not a restricted reserve? Is there a way to put it in on the revenue side? Because there is a benefit for those areas that have water. I don't know how much of a benefit, but there certainly is on the, I don't think it shows up on the assessment side, or maybe it does. I don't know for sure.
Mr. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the short answer to your question is yes, there are mechanisms for that. The exact nature of those mechanisms, that might be through, we'd have to look at the legalities around some sort of special levy. It wouldn't be a local improvement tax, but a special levy, there may be possibility there. Yeah. The other mechanism to do that through is through alterations to the monthly water bills. And there might be a combination of both as well. So the short answer is yes, there's ways of doing that. And I think that's part of the discussion we'll bring forward as part of the water rate review in looking at those. So what we know now, even with the water rates that we have here, is we're subsidizing water. We know that. That's part of that discussion when it comes, is what are those mechanisms? Because you're right, those special levies, some have ended and some are close to ending. And so, I believe so, yeah. So having that, how we're building that reserve for the future replacement of that system ties into that water rate discussion. But the short answer, are there mechanisms there? Yes.
Thanks.
Councillor Forbes?
So I just keep looking at the properties in the trailer park pay user fee, but not a monthly flat fee. Can you just explain to me why they're not paying the flat fee?
Through the chair, I believe it has to do with where the riser is and how the account works.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hogan?
So to expand on that, the way for that small community is their county connection is they've got, because they're essentially a bare land condo, is the park owns the land, the residents own the structures on the land. The riser, there's one riser that goes into the park that is belonging to the park. The actual meters in each of those are actually, I believe, owned by the park themselves. Now, we did a program with them to help them install those so that the park owner could separately meter each individual that's on there. So we worked with them to make that happen. But the ultimate connection is, from our perspective, even though there's a lot of structures on there, there's one property there. And then there's one riser that feeds into it.
So does that one riser pay a flat fee then? The park owner pays that flat fee?
Yeah, and this was part of the initiative from when the owner came to work with us, is what they said. They were running into issues, I think, because the individual residents weren't metered, and this goes back only a handful of years, not that long, is they weren't individually metered, and so the park owner was getting the big bill in one go without the ability to divvy it up beyond just a straight division, right? Or he was getting caught because the rents weren't there, and that's when he asked the county if there was a way for us to work with him in order to provide meters for each of the structures, so now he can bill the appropriate water back to the exact user that's using it. So we did assist him with that. I think we provided the meters and the installation, and he covered the cost of that, was I think the arrangement. But so we did work with him on that to assist there.
Okay, any other comments or thoughts? Regardless of how we address that shortfall, whether it's through a reserve draw or some other method, as we've been reminded this morning, it is still taxpayer dollars that sit in those reserves. And whether we levy it as a tax increase or whether we take it from those reserves, ultimately that money came from ratepayers' hands. So we do have that, what do we call it, a revenue stabilization reserve, and I'm assuming that's what we were talking about drawing it from, and that was built over time to address situations exactly like we're talking about right now. And my understanding is, other than the 4 potential things like the water system, the fuel management system, the CPO, and the management services, those are the only things that would potentially reduce that number, operating side. The number that's being proposed by administration has been addressed from the maximum side of efficiency and all those other scrutiny. So the number we have to deal with is either 400 and some or 312. Councillor, Deputy Reeve McGee.
When I look at your great dashboard here, you have impact per $100,000 of assessment. And I always struggle with that line, budget after budget, because I don't think the average landowner who has land in crop realizes that we are comparing a home for residential that will be assessed at an average of, let's say, $350,000. I'm sure that's not the right number, but you can get for it. Whereas our farm quarter is assessed at dramatically less than that. So for a farmer to pay that cost per 100,000, he would have to have several quarters of land in order for that to happen. And there is no way that their value of that land has decreased. So the comparison for me is really, really a struggle, because we are saying farmland farmers do not need to pay the taxes people need in order to live in a house. And they're generating revenue. And I'm saying that as a farmer who is generating revenue from my land. The assessment value is out of our hands. That has been mandated many, many years ago by our province. But I also want it to be clear that if it looks like, gee, why are we always giving farm higher? Because that was going to be my next point. I would like to see them have an increase of at least 5% and leave the others as are, because primarily for that reason, their assessment is so low, and impact for 100,000 is very misleading. You would have to have several pieces of land for you to feel $117 worth of a hit. And that, to me, I can't live with.
Well, and just as a comment, and that's why you got to kind of move over into the annual ratepayer impact, where we have those other values that we're discussing related to, you know, $380,000 residential property and a $30,000 farmland quarter. So I think the net impact, if you went to 5% on farm, would add about $11.70 to their, there you are, $11.70.
Not much. So which means we will have farm people feel as though we're picking on them by giving them that higher percent rate, but it's misleading, because your costs out of your pocket is still so low in comparison to any other value. And that just weighs very heavily on my heart.
Yeah, Councillor Penner, please.
So I had a farmer ratepayer, bring to my attention how many farmer ratepayers have sat down and worked out how much they've made per quarter section, per acre, I should say, in a quarter, with the cost of machinery right now. And it actually was alarming how little they are making today with input costs and the cost of, and the cost of machinery. And grain is down now, considerably down. So yes, they are living on these, right now, the value of their land is, in Kneehill County, is worth a lot. But he brought that to my attention, and it was an eye-opener for me to sit back and think, okay, how much are we making per acre with all the costs, import machinery, everything? So just to keep that in the back of our minds.
Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
I'm gonna take a stab at that. So, there's a huge diversity on income per acre across our county on just management ability. It's been pointed out by my partner that I run two companies. I have a land holding company and a farm business. One has done very, very well, where the other one's had to support the first one. At the same time, I gotta pay my share for the services that I need. So when you look at the value of farmland right across the province, my fear is if we don't move farmland tax some, the provincial government will look at it and they will move it and we won't have control of it. That's my worst fear, long term. And that's gonna happen because it's the only capital asset in the province that's not taxed at fair market value. At some point in time, there's gonna be a reevaluation or something coming down the pike where we'll lose control of what happens. So if we don't actively move responsibly, they'll move for us, I believe. And maybe that's a personal belief, I don't know. But when I look at my farm business, for sure, 40% of my income or better comes off of the farm desk, not on the field. So you really gotta look at both numbers.
Councillor McGee, Deputy Reeve McGee.
Well, just to add a little bit of mud to the whole story, I think we also have to be very cognizant of what the future will hold. And what we do know is that there is a lot of pressure coming from oil and gas, demanding the province to recognize that they are taxed too heavily by municipalities and that their land leases are too high. And so, given who we have for a government, I don't trust that conversation based on some of the things that we've had for updates on those conversations that are being had. And so we also have to find ways to make a tax rate palatable so that it's not a tremendous change in the future, because I do believe some grotesque changes are coming.
I think it's fair to say that all the ratepayers who pay taxes in Kneehill County, whether they're residential, whether they're a farm, or whether they're business related, non-residential, all of them are facing increased costs, and all of them are struggling to manage their daily business. And whether that's putting groceries on the table, or that's buying fertilizer and chemical, or whether that's paying staff wages and putting trucks on the road and all the other things oil and gas companies and other businesses have to address every day. Everybody's looking at inflation and increased costs and nobody's getting relief. And so I think the whole question we need to ask ourselves is there fairness in what we're considering doing? And that for each of us is going to be different in terms of how we view that. Whether we're running a farm business, or whether we're living on an acreage, or whether we're running some multi-million-dollar commercial enterprise within Kneehill County. We all are looking at ways to save money and anxious about increasing costs in every area. And so that's really for us, that's the balance that we struggle to find, I think, somewhere in terms of, you know, people often say to me, well, you're not a farmer, you don't understand what land taxes do on my farm. Yeah, I don't maybe, but I do understand farm business, and I do understand what it costs me to live as a resident in the county, as a non-farmer. so the struggle is to find that balance. And that's what we're tasked with at this table. I see you went through and tried to show what a tax increase would be to match on a $30,000 assessed farmland quarter to a $380,000 residential acreage to get the same revenues. And so it's basically a 9.25% increase on farmland would be equivalent to a $3.75 in the actual dollars of revenue. And I think we'd all sit here and, I don't know, probably say, is that really where we want to be? And I don't know. Yeah, that question has to be answered at this table. Councillor Phobes?
So, because we sit where we sit on whatever boards, the ASB recommended to council to do it was a 2-year project. I'm just getting clarity on the weed and mowing. It was for 2 years. So we still have 1 more year of that being put onto the farmland taxes, correct?
Yeah, I think we would try to pilot project, I believe.
Well, that's what I thought, but I'm just for
And
clarity.
I think it was 2 years.
It was 2 years, but that 17% will stay in effect for this year too, right? Like it's already increased, so it's gonna stay there.
Yeah, okay,
So we're adding more increase if we do something different this year.
correct, okay.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. I just want to confirm that, yes, that was a 2-year pilot project that is ending at the end of next year.
Deputy Reed McGee?
So the other thing that weighs heavily on me when I think about this is we really want to be we put all our documents around the fact that we value being agricultural community. And it has highlighted a lot of the decisions that has been made, rightly so. But also that means a change in how we can generate revenue. Industry can't come in as fast under some of the ways that we have things done for that reason. And sometimes if we really want to cherish a culture and cherish that we are ag first, we maybe need to remember that we have to put our money where we talk. And so again, for me, that still makes me weigh heavy on the farmers. Gosh, my husband might be divorcing me by the time I'm done. But anyhow, and not extremely heavily, but I do want to be sure that their rate is higher than residential.
Councillor Whitstock?
I hear what you're saying, Councillor McGee, but I'm also looking at these bar graphs that were presented earlier. Our residential rate is about 1% under the average, and our farmland tax rate is approximately 1% over the average. I don't know, do we want to be average, or do we want to be way above on the farmland rates?
Yep. So, and I think one of the things, and it was alluded to earlier, the fact that our residential tax rate is sitting where it's sitting is we've been trying to stay within our 4-to-1 rate or 5-to-1 ratio, and the impacts of inflation on assessed value on residential and all the properties except for farmland, because that's provincially legislated. We've been trying to mitigate the inflationary impact, and reflect really true growth rather than inflation. And because of that, that's really forced us to do 2 things. One is to reduce the mill rate or the residential rate and try to stay within our 5-to-1. And we had gained on our 5-to-1 for a number of years, and then we lost ground big time last year because of that crazy inflationary impact that we were trying to deal with. And that pushed us really to a place that none of us really wanted to be, which is heavy reliance on that 5-1. And so even though we look at it and we go, we are below average. So if we went to average, if we went to the 4.2, which is average, what does that mean for a residential taxpayer? And if you think that you haven't heard from taxpayers recently, here's an opportunity. Can you show that? Yeah, okay. Just hang on. I just want to, go ahead, Councillor Christie. I want to see that number, but.
The other double-edged sword of this is residential assessments going up with the market. Linear tax assessments going down because of age and property values and that side of it going down.
And artificially forced by the province in those directions
Yes.
somewhat.
So that's part of that whole ratio that's getting screwed up. It's not just one side, it's both sides.
Well, thank you for that encouraging news, Ms. Von Meerbach. I did ask you.
Wow. Wow, wow.
So, I mean, a 22% increase on residential tax, so basically on a $380,000 acreage, $499.17, let's just call it $500. And if your residential acreage is at that assessment, which I know mine is not, it would be significantly more money than that. So the question, and I mean, that really helps us out on our 5-1. Right? That really moves us in a positive direction. However, that doesn't help us out in terms of dealing with our ratepayers who would be seeing a very massive increase in their tax rates. Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
We also have, in my opinion, a duty to be able to make our county a livable place. And we want residents to want to live here and to return here. And we already are seeing our census go down, so very minorly, but still. I don't think we can afford for it to go down any further. And I certainly would like to see our residents expand as opposed to, and I just see too much of an increase would certainly put us at even more loss. So then we're not getting business and we're not getting residents. What's our long-term future gonna look like?
Councillor Woodstock.
My previous question was not to be at average. All I was doing was making a point that the residential side is under average and the ag side is over average. So to make that kind of a decision right here, yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get calls. But my goal was not to hit average.
Sorry, I couldn't resist being the devil's advocate in this case. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I know you, I was gonna call you Reeve, sorry about that. Councillor Whitstock to always very much value our residents, and that was not at all your intent. I just wanted it to be clear that we all got that the Reeve was just trying to make a point, not suggesting that you were suggesting this. I also wanted to add my comment in that some of these farm rates when we're above average, we are, but I also believe that the ones that have a little bit of a better rate for our farms are because they have more industry within their counties. And so again, we need to either find a way to get more revenue on the non-residential side of things, or we need our ag people to invest in keeping their culture, is how I see this.
Councillor Cunningham.
That was a big sigh. That's given the time. Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up with what Deputy Reeve McGee said. I hear from people that they want to move here because it is an affordable place to live, so I 100% agree. We don't want to tax it where people do look and they say, well, I could go somewhere else and pay less tax, and we want to encourage people, whether that's residential, farm, whatever, we want to encourage our farmers to stay where they're at and people to live in residence. So 100% agree. We bang the drum all the time about economic development, and what does economic development need? They need consumers, right? So we need to keep that tax base and those consumers here for economic development as much as we can. So as much as we say the healthcare and the hospitals, they're very important and to attract people here, but being affordable is definitely very high on people's lists of places when they're looking where they want to live. So let's not tax people away from Kneehill County.
Councillor Christie?
I'd be interested to know what the residential tax rate in our urban centers are, because I keep getting told that our acreages are undertaxed compared to what's in the towns.
Councillor Penner?
So if we leave a farmland at 9.25, we are going to hear from our ag producers. It is not palatable for them. Yes, there has to be a little bit of an increase, but not 9.25.
So can we take that back to where we were? We wanted to see, for the sake of argument, how you accomplish that value. The reality is that with an equal percentage increase on the tax rates for residential and for farm, we generate about the same amount of income. So it's about $75,000 if we do a 3.75 on residential, and it's about 89,000. So it is more to the farm side if we went with that 3.75, right? So, but really, when we move those percentage-wise, 1% really doesn't generate huge revenue, and that's always been the struggle for us, right? Is how we generate revenue on that least contributing side of our, whether that's residential or whether that's farmland, and that's always been the battle, and that's why the struggle's always been on the non-res side, because we try to hold the tax to a reasonable level for farms and for residential without punishing the other side, which is the non-res. And that's, like I said, that's what we try to balance, and that's hard. So I guess I'm keep watching the clock, and we have time for this conversation. There's no problem there. But what I'm looking for is some sense of direction from us for administration to say, at this point, we are looking at making adjustments on the farm, and whether that's your 5%, Councillor McGee, or whether we're making adjustments on residential, or are we managing that surplus shortfall through reserves? And I think that's the direction they're looking for us, from us today, so they can come back in December and say, here's how it looks. So, Deputy Reeve McGee?
I'd be interested, sorry.
No, you
taking more time. Could you show me what 3% residential and 5% farm would look like, please? And yes, I fully agree with Councillor Penner. We certainly, I believe we took the huge risk of the last prior two budgets of being really aggressive, I guess, would be with the farm tax increases to try to bring us in line to what we want as a community. And I certainly don't, I think we've accomplished that to quite a great measure. So I fully support what you were saying by, 9 being way too much. Our ratio's not very good then. It's
about a $20,000 difference. Not even that. It doesn't even equate to that. It's $17,000. Right? It was $468 before. Deputy Reeve McGee.
It can go back if you want. Thank you.
Councillor Whitstock.
Well, I would support doing a revenue stabilization, Because we are putting 500,000 in from the last year's budget.
Through the chair, that would be administration's recommendation, would that council would plan to then take 500,000 of any surplus from 2024 and put it in the reserve to fund next year's reserve draw.
Yeah, okay, I would support that.
Again, recognizing all reserves and all surpluses are generated by our business and our taxpayers. And so it is taxpayer dollars we're using to subsidize our own taxpayers. So, Councillor Whitstock.
Well, we either take it from the taxpayers, the 466, or we take it from the surplus, which the taxpayers have already paid us. So my thoughts are, I would support the 466 coming from reserves.
And Deputy Reeve McGee.
I really like that suggestion because I also think we are looking at one more year of really trying to make things tight with the way the oil and gas holiday has affected us. I'm hoping that we can see even a better understanding of what we have to work with come the next year after all the different projects that we have going to take a look at our assessment value and all those other things that we have, our capital purchases and those stuff, things. So for the sake of sort of buying us a year to really have a real clear understanding of what the next 2 to 3 years looks like, I really think this would be a good use of using that revenue stabilization.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess we're at the point where basically we are need to make a motion, I guess. I guess the question I would have for you, Ms. Von Merbach, and administration, Mr. Hogan and others, based on the conversation and where we've come to at this point, are you got enough information to come back in December?
Through the chair, yes, I believe so. Just to confirm, I would be going away and proposing, so what we would come back with in December would be all proposed projects would be going forward for approval on December 10th. Again, obviously up for council discretion at that point, but that's how we would present it on the 10th. We would present a 20-cent increase on both the well-fed and the water distribution systems within the water network, and a 30-cent increase on the bulk water system. A $25 increase to the minimum tax from $150 to $175, and then a 3.75% increase to the total revenues for residential and farm, and a 2.75% increase to non-residential. And then that $272,000 from the revenue stabilization reserve to balance the budget.
So everybody's clear. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Sorry, I have to backtrack. I did not mean the 3.75 on the farm. I meant the 5%. I missed that was changed. Just based on principle, I just feel that has to be slightly higher, even if it's 4.75. But in just out of principle, we cannot have it the same as residential in my mind.
Okay, so I guess that's council. I'd be looking for direction from council, whether that's something that we want to do or not. So go ahead, Councillor.
Could you punch those numbers in then?
So if you increased it to 5, then the reserve draw would be $436,683.
So I guess the question would be, again, it's for us as council, are we prepared to go forward on that, or where are we at? Councillor Cunningham.
Can we just have confirmation one more time on each entity and what the tax increase would be?
Through the chair, in terms of the average ratepayer, or, yeah. So then the average ratepayer based on if we did 5% farm and 3.75% residential and 2.75% non-res, as well as the 20-cent increase on water. Is that, so the average $160,000 residential home would have a $68.21 increase annually for both rate adjustments. The average acreage worth 380,000 would have that 117.44. An acreage without water connection would have an increase of $85.04. And the average quarter section would have a $46.83 increase.
Appreciate that. I know I can see it on the screen, but I do know there are people that are listening today, so it's important that we just have that out there for the public. So thank you for that.
And through the chair, I'll ensure that all those numbers are in the PowerPoint for the presentation for on the 10th as well.
Okay, so again, I'm looking for, I guess, just a consensus from council that yes, this is what we'd like Ms. Von Merbach to bring back and administration to bring back to the December 10th meeting, or if there's not a consensus to that, then we're obviously doing something different. So I am looking for that consensus from council. Ultimately, what we would be looking for would be a motion to direct administration to bring back that information to our next meeting. So are there, again, I'm looking for an assessment of the comfort level of council to go forward with those numbers. Councillor Whitstock.
Just for information, could you change the residential to 4%?
You make it look so easy. Thank you. Again, I'm looking for direction from council. Councillor Whitstock.
Well, I would support what's on the screen now.
Okay, so is that a consensus of opinion within council? If so, what I'm looking for would be council to give a motion to provide direction for administration to come back to us in December with those numbers reflected in the information. So now what we're looking at is for a $160,000 residential hamlet home with water connection, $38.21 on taxes, $32.40 on water, for a total of $70.61. For a residential acreage value, $380,000 with water, they would see the $32.40 on water and $90.74 on tax, for a total of $123.14. For a $380,000 acreage with no water, they would see a $90.74 increase, and on a $30,000 farmland quarter section, they would see a $46.83 increase. And those would be the numbers that would be brought back and reflected in the presentation on December 10th. And of course, we all know when we get the assessments, this could all go out the window. So I guess, again, I'm looking for direction from council so we can provide direction to administration for what they're coming back with to our next meeting on December 10th. And the way we give them that direction is for somebody to make a motion. Counselor Whitstock.
Okay, I don't know how to word the motion other than to proceed with what is on screen. And I won't be offended if it gets voted down.
So the motion that Counselor Whitstock is making, that we direct administration to bring back the 2025 budget with the numbers proposed at today's council meeting. And again, I'm looking for direction from council. Are we prepared for the question? Counselor Forbes.
Just for clarity, because I know once I get home, it's not just a 5% increase, because we've put in 17 for the increase for mowing and stuff, so it's really more like 22%, is it not?
No.
Just a little clarity is what I'm looking for.
So what you're gonna see is you're going to see the tax rate that was assessed on farm last year
Okay.
is
Oh, right,
already,
it's always
already embedded in the number, right? And so what we're proposing from last year to this year on farmland would be a 5% increase. Yeah, so that 17% that was added last year, that's already embedded in this number. So what they would be seeing is, if we didn't add the 5% and we stayed at 0, they'd see the exact same tax dollar as last year. But with the 5%, they'll see that 43 on a $30,000 quarter. Okay? So are we prepared for the question? I'm looking for direction. Nods, yes, no, yep, okay. All right, so the motion is that council direct administration to bring back the draft 2025 budget with the amendments as discussed. So that's 4%, 5%, and 2.75% on the different classes. Farm is 5, residential is 4, and non-residential is 2.75. Okay, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Ms. Von Merbach, thank you very much for your time and for your patience, and we very much appreciate that. And we look forward to having you come back in a couple weeks' time.
Thank you.
Hey, Marika, bring any more papers? I need a bigger binder. I thought there was room for one more tab.
Okay, so the question I have is, lunch has not yet arrived. Are we prepared to continue until lunch arrives? Keeping in mind that we do have a public hearing at 1, so.
The note taker needs a break.
Okay, so we're allowing a 7-minute recess, so we're in recess till so I will call the meeting back to order. It is now 12 noon. We are going to go in our agenda to 6.1.1, which is Bylaw 1910, redesignation ag to light industrial, southwest 293124, west of 4. And welcome, Ms. Hazel.
Yes. Good morning, council. No, I'm not Brandy.
I was just,
She's not available today, so. Yeah, oh yeah, almost. We have received an application to amend the land use bylaw. So we are coming here today for Bylaw 1910, which will give first reading and set a public hearing date for the applicant. His name is Nalini Ramden, wishes to redesignate a portion of the land from the Ag District to Light Industrial District. The subject land is southwest of Three Hills, approximately 4.2 kilometers, or 4.2 miles, 6.75 kilometers, on a portion of the southwest of 293124 west of 4. Rezoning portions of the land to light industrial would allow for a wrecking yard to operate on the north portion of this property. Under the Municipal Government Act, applications for the redesignation of lands require a public hearing before the bylaw is adopted. The first reading of a proposed bylaw is a mechanism for getting an application in the queue. All information and questions regarding the application are to be brought forward at the public hearing so everyone may hear them. The public hearing process is a legislative process. As per the Municipal Government Act, council must listen to any person or group of persons who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Any landowner who feels they will be impacted by a proposed development either positively or negatively will have an opportunity to come and speak about the matter directly at the public hearing. Affected parties can also submit their comments in writing. These comments will be included in the public hearing package for council consideration. Participating in the public hearing is a legislated method for providing your comments to council for consideration. Once a public hearing is closed, no additional information should be considered in the decision-making process. Redesignations are about the proposed use. It is not a permit to develop. If successful in the redesignation, specific details regarding the development will be required to be submitted with their application to develop. The proposed redesignation is located off of Township 31-4, southwest of the town of Three Hills. The landowner wishes to redesignate portions of this 6.23 acre property, currently zoned agriculture, to light industrial. Approximately 3.98 acres will be for storage and dismantling for up to a maximum of 200 vehicles. There will be no crushing of vehicles at this location. The applicant has also indicated that the land will not be used for a storefront or retail location and will be mainly for employees to dismantle vehicles. Again, there's no financial implications to the operating budget. We are putting this through the normal process, so we are looking for first reading and to schedule the public hearing for January 28th.
Councillor Phopes.
Just for clarity again, if you don't mind, Ms. Hazelton, could you just remind me for a wrecking yard? In my head, I'm hearing 20 acres for a wrecking yard. Is that correct?
No.
Okay,
Under the light industrial district, they can redesignate a portion of their lands to light industrial, so it doesn't have to be.
It's the wrecking yard part of it that I'm struggling with, because when we had the one over by where I live, he couldn't put it in because he didn't have enough acres. That's why I'm just asking that question. Is it just different because of where it was located as opposed to where this is located?
No, and I'll go back and verify that, but it is a discretionary use in the light industrial district, so it would have depended on zoning, I guess, too, which I'm not familiar with that one, so I will verify that.
Thank you.
And we will bring all that information back to the public hearing.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So sometimes I struggle with when the applicant puts in, what they're gonna do or not do, because we've talked about this, like, once the land is redesignated, like he said, he's not gonna do a storefront. But if the land use is changed, to my understanding, a permitted use, he would be able to. So sometimes it's a little hard when the applicant says this is what they're gonna do, but really, they would be permitted to do it. if
They
want
would
to.
still require permits
Yeah.
to do any of that, but yes, when you change any redesignation, you are creating that opportunity for any uses that are in that district.
Mr. Gannon, sorry.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to point out that the main reason for us to be here is just to put it in the queue. Those conversations come further into the discussion. I'm very thankful you're giving us some input so we can include some items of concern into there. But we're hoping that a lot more questions do come up through the engagement process as well.
So, yeah, so we're getting it in the queue, yes, I know that, and obviously there's gonna be concerns around. So in the development permit process for something like this, they are approved for a specific use, and if they're gonna change that, they have to come back through the development permit process again, is that correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, so when if this was passed and redesignated and then they applied for their development permit, that's where the potential for restrictions and so on could come in.
That would be correct.
Okay. And the public hearing would allow our residents to express the concerns that they have with regard to the redesignation and then how those might impact going forward.
Correct.
Right? Any further questions, comment, or discussion? Councillor Christie.
As it needs to get into our queue, I'd make the motion for first reading of proposed bylaw 1910 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignated 3.9 acres on the portion of the southwest of 293124 west of the 4th, Plan 9410761, Lot 1, from Agriculture District to Light Industrial District.
Okay, thank you for that. So we now have a motion. Is there any further discussion to the motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So Councillor Christie has made the motion that council move first reading of proposed bylaw 1910 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating 3.98 acres on a portion of Southwest 293124 west of 4, Plan 9410761, Lot 1, from Agriculture District to Light Industrial District. We'll just wait for the motion to be inputted. Of course, no pressure. Okay. And that was Councillor Christie. Any further questions on the motion? I'm not seeing any, so you're ready for the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So the next motion we would need would be to set a public hearing date. Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council schedule the public hearing as per section 216-4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on January 28, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you for that. So any discussion to the motion? So the motion is that council schedule the public hearing as per sections 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held January 28th, 2025 at 10 a.m. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you. All right, I'm hearing footsteps in the background, but
I was hoping you did.
I'm not sure that that means anything, though.
There is, food, I saw it, yeah.
Do you want to stick your nose in and see? Okay, so because lunch is here and because we have a public hearing at 1, I'm going to suggest we recess and we'll reconvene just prior to that public hearing. So we're in recess until 1. Okay, it's 1:01, and so I will call the council meeting of November 26th back to order. And the next item on our agenda is public hearing. And so I would ask for a motion from council to declare the public hearing open. Councillor Forbes.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion that we enter into public hearing at 1:02. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So just remind everybody that if you wish to speak to the item that's in front of us today, either for or against, that you need to have signed your name on the speakers list. And I won't say you're too late, but the speaker lists actually happen to be up here with me, so anyway. I would like to ask the members of council to introduce themselves, and I will start with you, Councillor Cunningham, if you would, please.
You bet. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Good afternoon, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3.
Good afternoon, Debbie Penna, Division 2.
Good afternoon, I'm Ken King. I represent Division 7, which is the northeast portion of Kneehill County, and I'm currently sitting as Reeve.
Good afternoon, Faye McGee for Division 1.
Carrie Forbes, Division 4.
Wade Christie, Division 6, and I'm on the northwest corner.
I'll ask administration in the room also to introduce themselves, please.
Welcome, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Carolyn Vanical, Legislative Services Manager.
Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Okay, thank you for that. At this point, I am going to ask our Planning and Development Department to come forward, which is represented by Ms. Hazelton. If you would make your presentation, please.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve, members of council. We're here today for the public hearing for the Municipal Development Plan, but there are some things that we need to just make sure that we are aligned with legislation, so I will go through a few of those points to begin with. So we did an original draft of this document, was provided to all of our adjacent municipalities prior to first reading and prior to us setting that public hearing. It was also included on the website, and we did have hard copies available in the office. When council did some revisions, we also sent out those copies. The revised copies were also sent to all of our adjacent urban and rural municipalities, and again, it was put on the website, and the public hearing was set. So just to go through a little bit of what the Municipal Development Plan is for, council has a task of building plans and managing money in a way that benefits the whole municipality, not only for today but into the future. So the Municipal Development Plan is the overriding planning document, and it does need to align with some other things. What you see in here as the purpose, and it's actually listed in the front of our Municipal Development Plan, is a portion that's taken out of Section 617 of the Municipal Government Act, which says all of our planning needs to provide guidance and clarity to ensure sustainable, orderly, appropriate, complementary, efficient development happens, and it enhances the quality of life for citizens of Kneehill County in our case, but everybody that has a municipal development plan is required to do that. In this case, again, a municipal development plan is a requirement of all municipalities. It is mandatory. It didn't used to be, but it is now. It is a statutory plan, and again, it's adopted by bylaw. It is not a free-for-all, and that's what I think sometimes gets misleading, that we can do whatever we want when we write these planning documents. We are very governed by the Municipal Government Act, so there are boundaries, there are requirements that have to be in our Municipal Government Act or in our Municipal Development Plan, and then there's boundaries to how we fill in that document, and so we do have to align with those things. So I do want people aware that it's very general in nature, it's very high level. When we talk about it, we talk about a 20 to 30 year view. But it doesn't mean that document cannot be touched in between, because obviously as times change and technology's moving at such a fast pace, there may be times where we have to address or do some amendments in that municipal development plan without doing the full robust review that we've done on this one. So again, that's completely appropriate, but it really is about making sure we have responsible and sustainable development in our municipality. We have certain pieces of legislation. This is not a complete list, but we do have to align with these. The top one that we're dealing with in our municipality right now is the Alberta Land Stewardship Act. We don't have a regional plan in place yet, so we're bound by that Land Stewardship Act, which also has land use policies that fall under that, and then the Municipal Government Act, which we talk about often. And then there's a little document or a little piece of legislation called the Matters Related to Subdivision and Development Regulation. And those have some of the timelines that we're bound by, as well as some of the setback requirements for major things. And so again, these are things provincially that our municipal development plan has to align with. It also has internal documents that we have to align with, and the highest level there is council strategic plan. And then we have our municipal development plan, our land use bylaw, and area structure plans. And we left out the intermunicipal development plan in this list because that's a regional plan. So it's a little more than internal. It's actually bridging with our neighbors. But we also do need to recognize those intermunicipal development plans and align with those also. This has been such a considerable process that I wanted to just remind everyone of where we've been and the time that it's taken to get here. So this process started back in February of 2023. And we did split the municipal development plan into 6 working group sectors, which comprised councillors and members at large when we met for them. And these were the sectors that were particularly discussed. It wasn't every piece of the municipal development plan, but we did talk about these sectors. One of the things that was a real, something that jumped out at us as staff when we were doing these working groups was the consistent themes that ran through every single working group, and we also saw it in the public engagements. And that was the strong sense of community, the overwhelming idea that Kneehill County is a really good place to live. Some of the things that came up were, how do we retain youth? How do we communicate and educate our ratepayers? What are some ways that we can do that might be better? The other thing that we talked about is the fact that it's not feasible to prohibit all development. So how do we do it? How do we support landowners that have very different opinions while we're making policies that position the municipality to grow in a way that helps maintain what is already here while encouraging new growth? How do we stay viable for future generations? And again, there was a lot of that conversation that happened around the tables with that public engagement, but almost every single working group landed on some of those themes. Each working group met for two half-day meetings, and it was during those discussions they determined the questions that we were going to take back to that public engagement. And then once we had those public engagements, they met again to provide direction to anything, changes to any existing policies or into adding new policies regarding their sector in particular. That's the only piece they were looking at. And then we provided a draft back to them so that they can make sure that we understood their comments around that table. And that's what got into the first draft that we submitted and put out there, was basically the working groups that we had there. We had, again, this was a testament to doing this engagement. We had such good uptake. We had 20 applicants for 12 spots on the working groups. For round 1, we had 111 participants in that public engagement, and that does not include council or staff. For round 2, we had 141 participants. And again, we provided council with all of the engagement information as well as the voting results, and again, that was on the website as well. So what you see in front of you has been a very long journey, and it's the results of 18 working group sessions and 4 large public engagements. Things to note, again, when we gave you the draft, the changes have been noted in red in there to make them easier to find. We are going to go through and we are going to highlight the more significant, and we're also going to highlight some of the discussion points that we've had. We, in the public hearing package, we have provided a 2-column synopsis. So we've pulled out basically the changes that we have put in the document, so you can see them just quickly. And again, there's a couple anomalies in there that I'll talk about when we get there that just got missed, but we will certainly get those in place and talk about that. So the very first sector group that met was the agriculture, and there was a lot of discussions. We talked about the number of subdivisions allowed on a quarter section. We talked about the consideration of using the land suitability ranking system when defining land. We talked about the exclusion zone for confined feeding operations, and there were quite a few discussions regarding the ways the county could be supportive of agriculture, and you're going to see a lot of that fall out into the policies that have been added into the municipal development plan, and it was really just an outcome of some of those discussions. And then there was some conversation regarding the ag activity and the impacts it might have to road infrastructure. So when all was said and done, overwhelmingly in the public engagements and in all the working groups, everyone was agreeable to allowing that 3 titles per quarter section, and that's what we currently do. If you're taking that bare parcel subdivision, there would be a minimum of 2 acres, a maximum of 5 acres allowed. Again, you can have more land if it's for other reasons, whether it's fragmented or a farmstead separation, but that's the typical rules around that, and we saw that. And on a lot of these slides, I will have that public engagement piece embedded in these as well. One of the new changes, and again, this was a policy change, and I'm going to land on this one for a little bit longer because you will see a lot of letters addressing this change. And so I just want to make sure everyone's really clear on what we're talking about here. So the original wording was no newer confined feeding operations were to be within a mile of an urban or a mile from that intermunicipal development plan boundary. And so through the working group and through, again, the first reiteration of council looking at this, they wanted to take that wording to a mile from the urban or that intermunicipal development plan area, whichever is greater. And we've included some maps in here that will show you the differences that are going to be the close-up, so we will walk through that. So again, the reason that we're having the discussion for the municipal development plan is because this is the document that the province acknowledges when any approvals go through the Natural Resource Conservation Board. So municipalities do not approve, nor do we do compliance on any confined feeding operations. They are all done through a provincial board, but the province amended their legislation shortly after 2002 when it came into place, and they said, as a municipality, your municipal development plan is your tool for creating reasonable exclusion zones. You cannot exclude your entire municipality, but we will recognize and acknowledge if you've put exclusion zones in there, and the approval officer will be bound by whatever you put in that municipal development plan. So that's kind of how that happens. It's not completely within our realm and our wheelhouse. And so I wanted to give you a little bit of maps, and we will also incorporate the maps that I've given you in your package so you can look at this. So the current wording in our existing municipal development plan would show that the exclusion zone follows the map on the left. The proposed wording would follow this map on the right. And what we have done is we've had our GIS person do an overlay, and that's what you see in your package. The other thing that we did, and we've added some words for clarification, but those into the draft of the municipal development plan, those words will come out once we land on where we want that exclusion zone to be, and we will use maps to define that exclusion zone. But we use some words because when, as you see in this case, the map on the left, when you're drawing that mile, you have this odd arc. It's an invisible line that goes through the middle of quarter sections. So it's very difficult for us, if somebody's going to cite something there, for us to say, which side of the imaginary line are you on? So we've had him just snap them all to the corners of those quarters. So if a quarter section was touched, we've snapped it to the corners. So what you see in the actual draft is that map on the right-hand side. What you're looking at in the middle is what's green in the middle is the intermunicipal development plan area. What you see is the purple outline mirrors that map on the right-hand side. So this is what that current wording is. And then that blue line around it is what the existing wording or what that mile from an intermunicipal development plan boundary would look like. So you're seeing those on top of each other. So hopefully it helps bring a little bit of clarity in there. We've done this for each municipality. So this one, as you can see, is Acme. And then we've got Linden as well. And again, we've snapped those quarters so that we don't have an imaginary line we're dealing with. And you will see, and I will comment that the majority of our intermunicipal development plans are, most of them, the majority of them are half mile from the municipality. So there are some odd places where you will see a mile, but most of them are half. And Linden is one where you see a mile on the east side in their intermunicipal development plan area, but the rest of it around Linden is a half mile. So just for information. So again, this would be Linden's, and then Horseshoe, Three Hills. And then we have Carbon, so that's the last one that we've got in there. And then again, based on council and the working group, they've chosen to have that same wording around the existing. So for expansions to existing operations, that again, that mile from an urban is what we're going to use as our exclusion zone based on the current wording. And so that's where that lands in there. I didn't redo the maps because they're the same thing for both. Were we to pull them apart and do them differently, then we would map accordingly. And we would have one for new confined feeding and one for expansions to existing. So that's an opportunity that can happen. There were some other things, and again, based on some of the discussions in the working group, that they wanted to actually have added into the municipal development plan is supportive of that agricultural activity, and again, keeping with best management practice that may create a nuisance, and again, allowing people to farm in a way that everybody farms that is acceptable practice, and only looking at those areas of nuisance where it's not acceptable practice and somebody has done something different. So again, it's bringing in that support to agriculture activities. There was some conversation around utilizing the land suitability ranking system. And so what we have, where it has landed based on council feedback, is that we will be using that system when it comes to non-agricultural uses. But when we are dealing with any other land use, or when we're calculating municipal reserves or school reserves, we will still be using that Canada Land Inventory, which is probably the more familiar one here, but we are seeing a shift into more of that land suitability popping up in more places. Again, consider supportive programming through Ag Service Board and programs that encourage youth retention and educational sponsorship, and encourage producers to complete environmental farm plans. So those are some of the additional policies that got added into this one based on that agricultural section. Moving on to the hamlet and residential, again, there's a lot of satisfaction. Back in 2016, we revised a lot of things and allowed a lot more housing opportunities. And so again, there was satisfaction among the working group and the public engagements with the amount of housing options that we have available for Kneehill County. There is also recognition in the hamlets that every one of the hamlet communities is very unique and different. And so there is conversation about that, and that when we draft policies in relation to hamlets, we need to consider that uniqueness as we draft those policies. One of the bigger items for the hamlets was the consideration of home occupation majors, and then hamlet growth factors. What does this look like and how could they grow, and some of the studies that take place. So again, when we talk about residential in the rural area, again, we allow multiple dwellings on quarter sections of land. We allow multiple dwellings if you have more than 10 acres. You can have a tiny house or a garden suite if you have less than 10 acres. And so it does create a lot of opportunity for extra housing And again, with this affordable housing issue that we're having, we have seen a big uptake in some of these options. So again, it's a good thing that we've allowed them. Also, we do allow secondary suites in most every district. So again, people seem to be very satisfied with that. Specifically, when we went to that public engagement, we talked about, this is the country residential. Again, everyone was satisfied that they are looked at on a case-by-case basis. For a country residential development, you have to have a minimum of 5 lots if you want to redesignate to that country residential zoning. And then there's also issues when it comes to servicing and some of those types of things. There are different levels of requirements that you have as soon as you do a multi-lot development. And so again, that we've kept our minimum capacity to 5 lots. Somebody could come in and propose more, but your minimum is 5 in order to trigger that redesignation. The other thing that we talked about was surfacing of the access road. So many of these are serviced with a service road, and we want to make sure for the operations side of things that they're surfaced consistently with the road they come off of. So we aren't bringing equipment from long distances just to service a small portion. And so that was something that got put into the municipal development plan. Also, the consideration of fire services. And again, these are just snippets of what that full policy looks like in the document, but we just wanted to highlight these as we go through. And then again, if we are near an environmentally significant area, reserve easements may be required. With a reserve easement, environmental reserve easements are still owned by the landowner, but the land has to be kept in its natural state, and the municipality is the person or the party that enforces that status on that easement. And so again, there's some new tools that have been added in the Municipal Government Act, and this is one that was there, and we do have a couple of these used. Otherwise, we are saying an access easement is not permitted for new multi-lot residential developments. You do have to have legal and physical access. So as pretty as the view might be on the brink of one of the coulees, if you can't actually get there realistically, then the answer is likely to be no. Again, we talked about this already, that each of our hamlets is unique. And again, as we create policies going forward, we need to consider the rural character when we're planning. Growth beyond boundaries, we talked about that, and it is something that would be considered if the servicing is feasible, because when we get to these little urbans, we want to make sure that they are serviced off of a municipal service for both wastewater and water. And so we want to make sure that if a hamlet is to grow or their boundaries are to move, that as a municipality, we can support that servicing. And then again, as we have been, but they wanted it captured, was being supportive of gathering places and park spaces. And again, we have a lot of those in the hamlets, and so we do maintain them currently, but it's, again, just the, I guess, forthright of council to put it in so that it's a little bit more protected in that municipal development plan. Regarding home occupation majors, and again, this was a conversation that was had at the public engagement, but a home occupation minor, somebody can run a business out of their home. That's what we consider a minor. When that home occupation is something that gets run out of an accessory building, the nuisance can be greater. And so we wanted to ask the question in that public engagement, and both the working group and the public said you could consider those major occupations, because we want everybody to be able to be viable and sustainable. So we are open to that for limited uses. Those limited uses will be something that is part of the land use bylaw discussion, because we don't put uses in the municipal development plan. But that'll be something that comes up at that point in time. But we did open the door to allow the potential for those major home occupation, major OCs in the hamlets. And then we also have concurrently some hamlet studies that will be focused on infrastructure and servicing. So those will be done going forward. The majority did not want any timeline placed on undeveloped lots in the hamlet, so we did not include any policies regarding undeveloped lots. It's always best if we have that infill, but sometimes that's not what happens. So again, there was no push there. When it comes to economic development, again, the consensus from both the public engagement and the working group was we want to be seen as being open for business. There was a lot of discussion about the potential to run another water line off Aqua 7, and then there was discussion regarding potential tax incentives. And again, some of those didn't land any farther than a general policy, because those things would all be further conversations of council and would have another policy specific to those issues if they were to land there. So we included some information requirements for an area structure plan in here. By all means, it's not the limits of what's required. We do have a bigger sheet when somebody comes in and they want to do that area structure plan of the information that we require. But we did put a little bit in the municipal development plan. And we also really want to encourage that clustering of commercial and industrial uses. Again, it aligns with that protection of ag land. So if we can create those development growth areas where we can cluster some of that in proximity to highways or railways or serviced areas, it makes logical sense, and it's something that we look towards. And also we talked about the fire protection plan, which would be needs to be submitted with the building permit. So those are some of the things we see in the economic growth. So some of the additional policies that we had under this sector were, again, the council may consider proactively rezoning lands within the identified growth centers to land use districts that would align with our intermunicipal development plans and any adopted area structure plans. So again, all of those things are if you were to do the rezoning, again, that's another public hearing, it's another public engagement, those types of things. So nothing is done because we've put it in here. This is just creating an opportunity to go forward with that. The second thing was the county will consider partnering with urban municipalities for servicing developments that are adjacent or fall within close proximity of the urban boundary where feasible. We do a little bit of this already. There are some residents that fall in the urban that we have serviced because it's more feasible to come off our lines than through the village or town lines. So there is some of this that happens already. There are agreements always that allow that to happen. But again, it's just keeping that door open that there can be that back and forth servicing if the feasibility works one way or the other. The county may consider partnering with the developer to share in the cost of road upgrades and water service where the upgrades will potentially increase development opportunities for the area. This will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Again, we heard this quite a bit in the public engagement as well as around that working group table. There seemed to be an appetite. They did not want all the services provided, but there was an appetite to consider some of these other ones. We had an existing policy that was removed, and that was the new commercial and industrial parks will be encouraged to utilize alternative and renewable energy wherever possible. Again, they didn't want that seen as an obstacle to business coming in, that this is where we were going to push, but that you can service however is most feasible for your business. But certainly the door is open if you choose alternative, but we are not going to push that agenda if you have a different way of servicing for your business. Again, supporting the expansion and marketing of existing businesses will be encouraged. Supportive of local businesses, and we'll continue to stand behind businesses that showcase our local goods, and then potential for tax incentives. And again, those are all things that would be a council decision with a completely separate policy if that were to occur, and what that would look like. We have a growth center map that's included, and again, it came up for discussion in this economic development working group. At this point in time, nothing was changed on that map. Council can still do that. But what you see in there in the purple is where council has looked at potential for where it makes sense feasibly that there could be some growth. So there's highway intersections, there's water adjacent to urbans. The intent is not to take something from an urban, but the intent is that along these highways is where we are likely to see some of that growth and creep happening. And so again, they've highlighted areas where it makes sense from a municipal perspective, where it would seem more logical. When we get to the environment and recreation, again, we've talked about this before, but It was very hard to define these terms. Everyone sees different things in their mind when we say environmental or when we say recreation. And so it's very subjective. And so we talked about that and how we define it. We did come up with some definitions, but we talked about also the existing recreational assets in Kneehill County. We talked about the areas that have some limited access and connectivity. And then education was noted to be critical for the success of both of these sectors, whether we're talking about environmental protection or the recreation side, that we really have to make sure that we are educating our residents, and also if we're asking for that tourism piece, that we are educating outside with areas that are good to bring people into. So what you see here, these maps are also included in the Municipal Development Plan, is our environmentally significant areas map. This is both a provincial and a local data set. This was done, we had somebody come and do one, a consultant did that, but what you see along the Red Deer River, for example, is mostly in their provincial data set as well. And then on the right-hand side, we see our Historical Resources Act lands, and so those are all designated, and there is another layer of permits that are required if you have lands that fall within that historical significant area. When it comes to the environment, again, the results of the majority of participants wanted the county to preserve environmentally significant areas and high-class agricultural land. So that was the majority of where that question fell. So we are using the overlays. So we're going to create overlays to identify areas that are subject to greater risk. We've already got them in the environmentally significant and the historical ones. But we will also be supportive of workshops providing methods to protect watersheds. We currently do this with the Ag Services side. I know that they've had riparian area workshops and some of those things there. And then the county encourages dark sky compliance. This was something that we hadn't had in the existing, and that's something that they want to go forward. That started to become more of a topic of conversation, especially when we are in some of these lands that are more protected environmentally. And then stormwater management, maybe through the creation of wetlands. So again, you're just seeing snippets of the policy. You'll see the full policy in the document. And what I will say, oh, we're not there yet, never mind, I'll wait. We've included a couple other policies ensuring developers are aware of permit requirements for historically designated lands. We do make them aware of that if they come through our door prior to an application. We will let them know whether or not they're sitting in one of those and what approvals might be required because of that. And then we also want to encourage the protection of wetlands. And so again, there's policy that's been drafted to incorporate that. When it comes to recreation and tourism, it was recognized across multiple working groups that recreation is a drawing card for families moving into an area. That's schools, recreation, services. Some of those things are really important. And so we talked about that. We talked about the existing recreational assets in Kneehill County, and also that was recognized the importance of a regional approach regarding recreational services. And so the results, again, of the public engagement showed the majority of participants wanted the county to continue to support recreational facilities through grants, promoting and marketing of events, and that's something that we have continued to do. And so we are putting that in policy now in our municipal development plan. So again, we are encouraging some of that a regional approach to support those recreational services within our urban communities through that community grant program, and then also through the ICFs. Continued support of existing community associations. Trails will be encouraged to locate within hamlets in a way that does not interfere with private property rights, and recognize the importance of volunteer organizations. So those are some of the things that were captured. And with the tourism piece, we wanted to capture specifically some of the success of tourism is that regional approach. And again, where multiple stakeholders promote area tourism sites. So currently this sits under the economic development section of the municipal development plan, but it is going to be moved to the recreation and tourism section in this draft document. I also need to highlight that There is, in the 2-column document, there was, in the recreational piece, number 9 has been removed from the draft, but it got missed when it went in here, and that was that buy local piece. So you guys have revised the wording on that. That wording sits under the revised wording sits up under the economic development piece. But that, what you're seeing in your 2-column document, item 9 has been removed from the recreation and the tourism piece here. So I just thought I'd highlight that. Okay, course services. So again, the cost of maintaining infrastructure, there was conversation about that this morning. The equipment cost so much has increased exponentially in the last decade. And so there's a lot of conversation about how do we keep those services going and still absorb those costs and continue to keep that service level up. We have limited space in our solid waste site. So again, how do we go forward with waste control? And then broadband was another topic of conversation in this core services, becoming more of a necessity for how we do business. And just a reminder, again, I've used this slide quite often, but it just shows the amount of assets that we have. So when we see our infrastructure budgets and they look like we have lots of money to give away, we have a lot of infrastructure and a lot of things that are happening in our municipality that we are responsible for. And so it's just our reminder that, yes, we do have a significant budget line there, but there's a lot of infrastructure at significant cost. So again, we've talked about the fact that developers may be required to enter a road use agreement. So that is a policy. We do have that in place now, but we have put that into the municipal development plan. We also did road closures. So again, we allow road closures. People can apply to close a road, but typically we want to make sure that there's a diversion or something else to still take the traffic, that we're not landlocking anybody because we close a road. So we wanted to put that into writing a little bit more significantly in the municipal development plan. And then we will consider methods other than enforcement to help protect and maintain our road infrastructure. And then developments within hamlets shall be required to connect to municipal systems. So those are all some of the pieces that came out of our core services. Currently, our road use agreements apply to developers and industry. However, we did include a policy that we noted earlier that the county will consider methods other than enforcement to protect our roads. So we also, some of the issue that came up with our infrastructure was specific to weed control and some of those things. So we did not incorporate policies in relation to weed control because they fall under ASB and there are already policies in place. So we don't want to make it crazy where we have constantly are changing one and then we have to change 2 others. So we want to leave things in the best wheelhouse for them to be managed. So while we recognize the fact that these things became issues in the transportation, we are not incorporating those into the municipal development plan because they do fall under other places to manage. There was also a lot of conversation regarding water conservation and the potential for storage facilities. And again, falling out of that, it was both surface and subsurface water. So when you're looking at well water, the county will encourage constructed wetlands to be incorporated into stormwater management facilities. So we've written policies because again, those are important things to maintain those wetlands and to keep them. And then sometimes we can add them where we might need that stormwater. Then they can facilitate by creating that wetland. And again, the county will encourage that water conservation and may consider locations for enclosed water storage facilities. Again, that would be a separate conversation, but there was within that working group and people and with council seeing it again, creating that opportunity to have those additional storage facilities. And then again, supportive of the regional water and the potential expansion of existing systems where it's feasible and where expansion can be taken into new areas. So again, that's part of the conversation that we captured from the group and council. When we got into the waste management piece, we currently have 4 transfer sites and 1 residential landfill. And we did this ranking system when we were in the public engagement. And where we saw was from the ratepayers that they really highly prioritize solid waste. You'll see that as the top 3 priorities that came up. And then recycling was second. And then composting was more at the bottom of the priority list. So we incorporated policies that reflect that the county will encourage the use of waste diversion strategies to reduce the impact on existing landfills. And we will explore new technologies for solid waste disposal. And again, those are all council-driven and budget, whether or not there's budget to do some of those things. It was also recognized that in the core services, and we've added a portion in our municipal development plan that we've never had before that addresses community services, because we've realized it's not just about core services that make the world go round, but there's a lot of community services that people are very happy that we as a municipality participate in. And again, this came out of working group and then council when they looked at it the first go round. So we've just incorporated all of these things. So we are supportive of the Marigold Library System. We have implemented an asset management process that's in the works right now and is being, some of those details are being captured. Supportive of efficient and accessible telecommunications, supportive of methods that provide stability to healthcare. And again, we've seen that in the last year with this council, taking the lead on some of that. Continued support and funding of FCSS. And then providing that grant funding opportunities for youth sponsorships and local nonprofit organizations. And we are continuing to coordinate the provision of protective and emergency services. So those are all things that we're seeing under the core services, but more of that community service benefit that is something that helps encourage people to come back and want to live here. So we incorporated some of those things. Okay, and then moving on to natural resources. Again, we recognize that we need good policies to look into the future for natural resources. And again, water was raised in this group as well as a natural resource, and both at surface and from a utility perspective. So often these renewable natural resources, actually I shouldn't say renewable, they're not. Natural resources are often located next to ESA. So it was really important that we encourage that water protection through the permitting process. Again, there are more details that will probably come into play in the land use bylaw when we review that. But in this case, we wanted to get that high level policy in here. Reclamation for natural resources is subject to the code of practice for pits. So when we're dealing with those things, again, that falls out of our wheelhouse. Additional protections to reduce impacts to recreational lands and land with significant features of importance are things that we will look at. And again, the details of that will fall into the land use bylaw. And then the county may consider constructing additional water storage. Again, we've talked about that already, but that's something where feasible and budget allows, we would consider doing that. The other piece that is recently new, that there's been a lot of talk about viewscapes recently, we've added this portion into a policy in our natural resource piece, is the viewscapes and what council sees as areas that should be protected from a viewscape perspective. We tried to get good pictures of everything. We weren't 100% successful, but these are some of the lists, and we have 2 pages of these. And so these are some of the ones that you guys have looked at, viewscapes of importance or significant features of importance that you want protected. And again, how that happens will be done through land use bylaw, but the fact that we are highlighting specific areas for that protection is something that is ideal to have in the municipal development plan. So again, we wanted to incorporate that. Renewable energy. So again, when we had this sector that we were wanting to talk about, there's so many things that are coming from a federal and provincial realm where research is happening in other alternative energy solutions. And so we wanted to make sure we weren't limiting ourselves to 2 things that we happen to see around here, which is the solar and wind, but we wanted to make sure we were writing policy that was broader than that, that would encompass that more alternative energy option. And so we specifically put that conversation more in that direction. And again, we need those good policies going forward in the future. And then some of the other discussion was the storage issue that happens with some of the renewables. So nobody wanted to kibosh private use for renewables. And I think everybody would stand behind that. They did at the public engagement, and I've not heard council at any way do that. So again, we're continuing to encourage the use of private use Category 1 alternative energy sources on lands. And we will be supportive of research and development of new technologies. When some of these are starting, when we start to see some of them, we still do not know what process will happen and whether we will even be allowed to weigh in on whatever process does happen. But we want to be ahead of that curve and by addressing it a little bit in our municipal development plan. As we see, we're very limited already in the renewables, so I imagine that will be the case when we get some of these other things, if nuclear comes our direction or hydro or some of those other pieces that we're likely to not have a lot of say in those. But we want to make sure that we're positioned in a way that we can comment. So again, we will be supportive of research and development of some of those new technologies. We'll continue to supply educational materials for landowners. The county may participate in the AUC process. We've added that in, and the county will encourage the AUC to consider our municipal development plan and our land use bylaw. The one thing that I captured that got missed in this draft, and I apologize, we've had a bit of transition happening in our office, but I know somebody had asked about making sure with the educational piece that it's not just for landowners that are signing leases, but it's also for adjacent landowners. So we have captured the wording in this 2-column document. It is not in the draft, and we will make sure it gets in the draft. So we want you to know that it just got missed with timelines and trying to get everything done before we lost a staff member, but we will make sure that it goes into the new draft. So we wanted to highlight that for you as well. Again, when it comes to cooperation, that regular review of the intermunicipal development plans, the IDP may include policies that defer direction to the subject to municipal development plan. Where we see this happening is, again, with that confined feeding piece, where the province has specifically said the municipal development plan is the document that we look at. And so we want to make sure that everybody's municipal development plan speaks appropriately. And the municipal development plan and land use bylaw are planning documents for that subject jurisdiction. We cannot decide how somebody else develops within their jurisdiction. So again, it makes sense when things go back to how something gets cited that it falls into those jurisdictional appropriate documents. And again, it's continuing to work with our neighbors on the collaboration frameworks. When it comes to the reserves, there have been some changes to the Municipal Government Act to the reserve options. And so we have put that in place, and we've also captured a little bit of how we do the cash in lieu can be taken for municipal reserves. And so we've just captured some of that in the policies. I don't need to reiterate a lot of these because they're basically taken directly out of the legislation. But they are things where we want to encourage that voluntary protection, but also if there's areas where we need to be taking that environmental reserve, that as a municipality we will consider doing that, or we will consider having the developer make sure that there's a reserve easement on those lands, that they are protected somehow going forward. And again, you've received in your package the responses that we've received. Overwhelmingly, there's a few odd things here and there that were not confined feeding related, but the majority of the letters were speaking to that item in the agricultural piece. And so we received 16 letters that were in favor of the current wording and 35 letters that were in opposition to our draft, and this is the draft wording. And in that number, it includes 2 villages and 1 town. And then you see on the right-hand side, the municipal responses that we've received to date. Those are also in your package. At the last minute, we did receive a response from Alberta Health Services, which we gave to you because it's a government agency. We felt it appropriate for you to have it, even if it didn't come in through the time frame. And so you guys got that email to you ahead of time, and it has been included in this package as well. So you have the comments from the public to date, and I think that is it for my presentation.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hazelton. That's a good summary and probably a lot of detail. So at this point, I will ask council if they have any questions for the planner and for the presentation we just had heard. Councillor Folks.
So I look at the things that you're doing. I also look at the things that I've been taught since I've sat in this seat, and we're always about procedures and policies and following those. So I would like to ask the question around how many people, when you held the public hearing for the ICF, showed up or complained, documented?
I don't have that number available. I can get it to you before we bring this back, but it would have been different depending on that IDP. I would say typically we did not get very many in the public showing up for those public hearings. We would have held them all in here. And so I would say, and both municipalities held public hearings. I would say we would not have gotten much public uptake on those.
All right, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions at this point for the planner? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I will now start calling on the individuals as they appear on the speaker list to come forward and make their presentation. I will remind you that if you're an individual, you have 5 minutes. If you're representing a group, then you have 10 minutes. And I'll also remind you that the expectation is your presentation, if you're speaking, is different than material that you would have previously submitted in written form. So what we will be looking for is additional information that you wish to present that's not already in the documentation you have sent to us. And I also will remind you that you are being recorded, live streamed, and you'll be preserved on YouTube for a substantial period of time. So just so you're aware of that, and when you come forward to speak, just ask you to use the microphone and simply just push the button down. The light on the microphone will turn red, and I'll ask you to introduce yourself, who you're representing, and then the clock will start. And I also ask you to remember, no matter how passionate or otherwise you feel about the subject, to please be respectful in your presentation. All right, so first and foremost on my list is a group speaker, and that happens to be the Village of Acme, Mayor Bruce McLeod and Deputy Mayor Jason Bates. So if you gentlemen would like to come forward, and again, just remind you, first and foremost, please introduce yourselves, and then the clock will start and away we'll go. It's not that we don't know who you are.
Well, thank you. We know you too. Good afternoon. I'm Bruce McLeod, Mayor. With me today is Jason Bates, Deputy Mayor. We are here representing the Village of Acme in relation to the county bylaw 1905, Kneehill County Municipal Development Plan. The village has identified a number of concerns in relation to the proposed plan. The village values its relationship with the county and wishes to work towards a solution with the county. While the MDP process has had, in your words, an extensive consulted process, the urban municipalities were not consulted at all, and it is only after first reading that we had any serious engagement.
The results of the county's engagement, which was limited to county residents and ratepayers only, shows that based on combined results, Trochu and Acme meetings, almost 45% of those responding wanted new CFOs to be a mile from the IDP boundaries, which is what we have right now. We recognize that this refers to CFOs of all types. 30% said the IOPA boundaries are sufficient, and only 15% of the combined responses said 1 mile from the village urban boundaries. For existing CFO operations, 40.58% favored the current setback, which is 1 mile from the IDP boundaries. 39% favored the AOPA boundaries, only 12% said 1 mile from the village urban boundaries. With such little support from your own residents, 15 and 12% respectively, for reduction in setbacks, we are not sure why the reduction is being proposed. Other municipalities have setback areas comparable to the 1 mile from the IDP boundary. We have done some research on what other municipalities in our region are doing. Mountain View has 1 mile setback from a growth center or IDP. Red Deer County does not support new CFOs within a minimum of 1 mile of future development area, which includes the urban fringe or IDP boundary, or as determined by the NRCB. Newell County has a large boundary up to 3 miles around Brooks. Starland County, in addition to a 2 mile setback from urban areas, exclusion zones, they have a 2 mile setback from recognized recreational areas. The village of Acme was incorporated in 1910. We have been here for over 100 years and we expect to be here for much longer. Over the past 2 years, there have been quite a bit of excitement about our future, with the potential for significant growth. The village was here before any CFOs were in existence in the county. We do have concerns about the decrease in the minimum distance separation and the impact that it will have on the quality of life for residents of the village and the ability to grow. We ask that the county amend the MDP in the areas that are causing concern, or at the minimum you defer second and third reading so that we can meet to see if we can come up with a solution. The village has to speak up for its residents, and it asks the county to not change the setback distance and leave it at 1 mile from the IDP boundary.
Our proposal is that the village and the county work together to create more refined guidelines, which would be responsive to the impact on the village, its residents, those living nearby, as well as the CFO operators. The proposed MDP does not have clear policies in relation to the growth areas and the county's plan for areas around Acme. This is a problem. We believe that if we work together similarly to when we adopted the 2020 IDP plan, we can identify a way for both the village and the county to achieve growth to our mutual benefits. The village has provided the county council with a formal letter. It sets out our position regarding the areas of proposed MDP which the village believes has or may have a detrimental effect on the village. We will let our letter speak for itself. The village also notes that statutory plan amendments, such as the county's MDP, can be subject of an intermunicipal development plan dispute. Depending on how you move forward with this proposed MDP, either by amending or not amending, deferring second or third reading. The village is prepared to send a formal letter to County Council to trigger the IDP dispute resolution mechanism if required. Thank you for taking the time to consider our presentation.
Okay, well, thank you, Bruce and Jason. Thanks for being here today, and we will take into consideration your comments presented here today.
Thanks very much.
Yep. Okay, just finishing up my notes related to the Acme presentation, and I'm just going to find the spot where I'm going to take notes for the next one. So the next group that's going to present is the Village of Linden. And so I am going to invite, it looks like Sonia, Ms. Enns, if you want to come forward. And again, I just would ask you to be sure you're using the microphone and please introduce yourself, even though those of us sitting at the table know who you are. So welcome, and whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to hear what the Village of Linden's concerns are regarding this county bylaw 1905, the Kneehill MDP. For those who don't know me, I'm Sonia Enns, Village of Linden Councillor, and today I guess I drew the short straw, and that's why I'm here by myself. The village has identified a number of concerns in the proposed plan. And I'm sure you've seen the formal letter we've sent stating the village's position on this. So we'll just let that letter speak for itself, okay? We're here today to work towards a solution with the county. There's been very little consultation with the affected municipalities to date. Collaboration is important, and previously we felt that this was an important part of the relationship we had between the county and ourselves, working together for solutions for the common good of all our residents. We're wondering how that was missed on this proposed amendment to the setbacks and what triggered the need to do that amendment. But let's talk about some solutions. So concerning the decrease in the setback distances for the CFOs to the boundaries of the village, we request that the county not change the setback distance from 1.5 to 1 mile. If the distance is decreased, the Village of Linden residents will be affected, for instance, by the odor, the increased odor around there. As the CFOs get closer, the quality of life for villagers could decrease. Our proposal is that the county and the village work together to create a more refined guideline for those CFOs, including the number of animals, and come up with a sliding scale which would be responsive to the impacts on village residents while providing the flexibility to those CFOs. We can work together to come up with a mutually beneficial solution, just like our successful collaborations in the past. We can work through differences around the table like good friends and good neighbors. The next one is about the road that runs through our village, and I know that many of you are very familiar faces on that road for various small businesses, like coffee shops, Reeve, and, you know, the little shops and whatever. So you're very familiar with that. So, you know, with the increased traffic that could happen if these amendments are put through, the increased beating down of the road could be a significant cost to the village because we're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep. So a solution perhaps to that is doing a cost-sharing agreement just to offset some of those costs. We appreciate that the absence of a growth area plan around Linden is problematic. For that, we actually don't have a solution, but we wish to work together to create that win-win. We appreciate that we ask the county to amend the MDP in the areas where our concerns lie, or at least defer second and third reading, so we can work together to create a solution. Looking at the county's engagement, which was limited to county residents and ratepayers only, it showed little support for the proposed changes, as was spoke to with the Village of Acme, 12 to 15% support. So why move forward on that proposal when your own residents have clearly given the direction not to change those setbacks? The Village of Linden would also like to note that a statutory plan amendment such as the MDP can be subject to an IDP dispute. So based on the county's decision, we may send a formal letter to the county to trigger the IDP's dispute resolution mechanism. This process under the IDP requires that the CAOs of both municipalities attempt to resolve the dispute. We look forward to having both CAOs meet in the next 2 weeks at a mutually convenient time so the process can begin. Thank you for your time and attention to this important matter.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Enns, for being here and for presenting today. And probably noticed most everyone was taking notes, so appreciate your time. The next individual who's on our speaking list is an individual at this point, and that person is Ms. Viv Hanna. Mrs. Hanna, if you want to come forward, please, to the presentation desk. And I will invite you to begin your presentation. Just introduce yourself, and again, it's not like you're a stranger to any of us, but please just, there's, like I say, we're streaming and it's live, and just so people know, if you wouldn't mind, please. So anytime you're ready. Just press that button, and the microphone should have a little red ring around it, and then you'll know it's on. There you are.
Perfect.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to me this morning, or this afternoon. Is it not council's obligation to ensure continuity and the well-being of all the residents in Kneehill County while determining bylaw number 1905, and not just one very large CFO and other CFOs in the county as well? If the majority of the landowners, taxpayers, and residents in Kneehill County are opposed to this bylaw 1905 and are not being heard, then it would appear that council is supporting the minority and not the majority. The results clearly show that 35 letters are opposed, 16 in favor, and the results of the MDP working supper also had high results opposed. We need to solve this problem together. Does this council want to be remembered for passing this bylaw 1905 to a minority over a majority? We will be able to know, or will we be able to know which way each one of the councillors voted for transparency when it comes to a vote? Thank you for considering our thoughts. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, Viv. Mrs. Hannah, we appreciate you being here today, and thank you for your comments. Okay, the next person who's on the speaker list is Mrs. Kelly Tainch. And so, Kelly, if you would please come forward and make your presentation. And again, oh, the microphone's already on, so.
I was expecting me.
You don't have to turn it on.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Tainch, and I just wanted to, I'm not necessarily opposed, but I just actually am looking for clarification on a few points regarding renewables. In number 3, I don't know if you would have, in policy number 3, when it indicates here that wind and solar are to be located on marginal land as per the land use bylaw, in bylaw 1889, I would like to address 2 quick points because it is not directly in this policy. In regards to wind, there is no policy pertaining to soil classification at all, and I'm wondering if this should be addressed. And regarding solar, in section 12, subset 1A, the siting of solar energy systems, commercial, industrial, should take place on lands considered to be poor agricultural land with a Canadian Land Inventory, CLI, soil classification of 4 through 7. We're seeing with the most recent application by Lone Butte Solar that there is much confusion regarding the classification of soil. And I'm wondering if the CLI needs to be changed to the LSRS, or Land Suitability Rating System, as this is the classification system used by AUC and the Government of Alberta. And I know Barb touched on this briefly earlier, and it's very, very confusing which system is being used. And I think that I think that needs to be addressed. So I guess because it isn't specifically stated in policy number 3, what soil, that's why I went back to what the bylaw actually is stating at this time. Okay. Just looking for clarification on number 5. This policy is removed. Is that because it has been combined with number 6, and so that was, oh, sorry, I should have written it down. As, that the county may require that the proponent enter into development agreement. That was removed, but then I noticed in the next one, as part of the development approval process, the county may require a developer of an alternative energy source to enter into a development agreement. So my assumption is that because it was in there twice, one was removed. And number 10, Barb did address this because it was missing the part for the for landowners adjacent to these projects. And just as an aside, I think it's great that this information is available, but it's very difficult to locate these materials on your website. And in closing, I was very pleased to see the addition of number 11 and 12 pertaining to participation with the AUC, as I believe that municipalities dedicate a lot of time and effort to create and draft bylaws for the protection of their lands and their people, and it's very important for the council and the county to strive to uphold these bylaws. And I'd also like to take this time just to thank council and the county for all of their work that they've been doing regarding renewables over the past couple of years. I know it's been a lot. And as a ratepayer, I definitely appreciate the work that you have done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mrs. Tainch. And you probably never thought you'd ever hear these words from me, but it is refreshing to hear something other than confined feeding operations in this conversation. So thank you. All right. At this point, I am going to ask if there is anyone else who's present who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw. I know you probably will say, well, my name's not on the speakers list, and I recognize that. However, there is an opportunity for anyone who would wish to speak at this point if they want to come forward. If you do, we're going to ask you to please state your name and whatever information so we can know who you are. Is there anyone who's interested in perhaps speaking? And there is no requirement that you do that. Okay. At this point, is there any need for response to any of the things that have been presented from your point of view, Ms. Hazelton? If not, I'm going to ask council if they have any questions for administration based on what we've heard to this point. So perhaps I'll get you to come back to the microphone. Okay, so the question I have for council at this point in time is based on where we're at this point and the presentations that have been made, are there any questions that we might have for administration at this point? Councillor Cunningham.
So one thing that's come to me, and I do know the Municipal Government Act changes from time to time, but there was a statement that said an MDP must be consistent with an intermunicipal development plan with respect to any lands that are included in both plans. Is that where it stands today, or has that changed?
It should still be in there, and give me 1 second, and I'll see if I can find it for you.
You don't want us to hear you turning pages?
So it would fall under section 638, where it talks about the consistency of plans. So an area structure plan, area redevelopment plan must be consistent with any intermunicipal development plan, any municipal development plan. And then if there is an inconsistency between an intermunicipal development plan and a municipal development plan or an area structure plan, the IDP prevails to the extent of the conflict or inconsistency. So it's laid out in there under that section 638 is where it gives the priorities.
Councillor Cunningham, follow up?
So, and I'm no lawyer, so when I hear that because right at the moment where this stands, our MDP and our IDP are not consistent with each other. So what I'm hearing from the MGA is that the IDP would take precedent. Is that, or am I totally off on that?
So they're not out of line with each other. We've created a plan area What we are doing in the municipal development plan is determining where that line is measured. That line has always been measured in the municipal development plan. It's just now that's being changed where that measurement comes from in the municipal development plan. So we haven't set it out in the IDP on purpose because the province only recognizes the municipal development plan. And we have done this with all of our adjacent municipalities as well as our rurals as well. And typically they defer this back to the municipal development plan of the area. So we're not inconsistent. We have just decided we are changing in the municipal development plan where we're measuring from.
Okay, are there any other questions at this point from council to administration? So the other question, I guess, at this point I have to ask is if council is satisfied with the information that they have received. And if so, then I am going to look for a motion to close the public hearing. So this is the opportunity. If there's some information that we need to have before we close the public hearing, now is the opportunity to request that information. Okay, I'm not seeing anything from council, and I guess at this point, I would like to remind everyone that once this public hearing is adjourned, the input that the type of input we have been receiving today, we will accept no further information on those matters presented here today by council, or council will no longer accept that information. So again, if there's an opportunity here for council to indicate their level of satisfaction with the information received today. Okay, I'm not seeing any further questioning or input from council, so at this point at 2:18, I am going to declare the public hearing is closed, and I'll ask for a motion to go back into the regular council meeting. Councillor Penner?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to return to the regular council meeting, and I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, and I'm going to say we are now in recess, and we'll be in recess until I'm going to say 2:30, so we're in recess. And I also want to say to everyone who's in the room, just thank you for being here today. Thank you for your interest in this process that we are engaged in, and thank you for the input today. I don't know where we're going to head from this point, but I will say that you have been heard, and we'll see where it goes from here. So thank you for being here.
Fly swat you?
Okay, it is now 2:30, and I am going to call the council meeting back to order. So we'll have to restore some level of order in the room. Mostly at this front end table here. And we will return to our agenda. And the next item on our agenda is 7.1, which is the proposed FCSS 2025 budget. And I understand, Mr. Hogan, from the paperwork in front of me that you are presenting this item. So anytime you're ready.
Mr. Reeve, the FCSS proposed budget, this is an item that comes before us each year. So the process leading up to this is that the FCSS board, which of course the member councils appoint people to, go through and prepare a budget for the year, or proposed budget for the upcoming year. That once the board is happy with that, they forward that budget to the municipal members for their approval. So that is the question that's in front of you, is asking for council's consideration to approve FCSS's 2025 proposed budget. We'll say regarding FCSS funding, there is a large portion that comes from the province, so it's an 80-20 split. In order to access the 80% that the province puts in, you have to come up with the 20%. You can't exceed that 20%, but in order to get the 80, you have to put in a minimum of the 20 to get that. Historically, that 20% has been a bit exceeded here. The other component that is, I should back up, administration doesn't have, looking through the budget, we don't have concerns with what's being proposed. We would note a couple of things. In the proposed budget, you've got the FCSS, let's call it the core budget. It's not the word they've used, but you also have funding for an additional program for the family coaching and the wellness workers for that part of the program. As council will recall, we put that in place 2 or 3 years ago as a temporary measure to try and deal with a backlog or a surge in the community that we saw around mental health needs. As recommended by the FCSS board. Fast forward to today, and I think what the board is putting forward, or what we've talked about in presentations from FCSS in the past, is that the uptake on that program is still very high. It appears to be producing value within the communities still, and that the surge that we're seeing might not have been a surge, it might have been a new normal. So there is proposals within there to continue on that program. So I will, the last in closing that I'll put forward is that the numbers that you see in front of you, or the recommendation, have been built into the budget that council discussed earlier today. So what you're seeing here, if you recommended, would not require alterations to that. It's already been built in.
Okay, Councillor Phopes.
So I am fully in support of having the community, so my question isn't about whether we need her or not, because we do. My question is around, when we started that, I thought it was a pilot project, was it not? Are we now making it a full-time position there?
So when we initially proposed that, it was a 3-year,
Okay.
I wouldn't call it a pilot project, but it was a 3-year program that we were putting in place. And what we've seen in the last 3 years, and the work that Michaela has done in that position in the last 3 years, has not seen any. We were coming out of COVID, and we had that, what we thought was a spike in demand and programming that wasn't being met through just the family wellness worker program. And we thought that if we had that program in for 3 years, that we would see a decline in the demand and the need for it. We have not. And if you remember when Michaela presented the community coach information to us as council not that long ago, you'll remember that the demand for what she's doing is actually increasing rather than decreasing. And so the board, even though we recognize that we funded it on a 3-year basis from the municipalities and through our reserves, we also recognize that we can't continue to do that because the need still exists. The FCSS board determined that they would like to go forward with that program if they get the support from the communities. So that support means that we are willing to fund that position. We are also going to approach Golden Hills, who gave us a short-term 3-year commitment on funding as well. But we feel we have the numbers now to go back to them and ask for increased support. Last year, Golden Hills, for the family wellness worker side of things, increased their funding substantially. I think about $12,000 a year. And so we're gonna go back. At the time, they said you don't have the numbers on the community coach program and you can't show how it's affecting in school. And we can now, and so we're gonna go back to them. So the request is that right now that the municipalities fund that. The intent is that we are going to pound away on Golden Hills as well. So, Councillor Christie.
Would Golden Hills have any support further south than our part of it? Like they have Strathmore and Wheatland.
So within Golden Hills School Division, the schools that are within Kneehill County are in a very unique position because we provide that support in the schools through FCSS, and it allows us to have a much higher level of service within our schools, plus it allows us a much higher level of control over what's happening within that program. And so what you see, say in Drumheller or Strathmore or schools otherwise within Golden Hills is nothing compared to what you see here in Kneehill County and the support level that's there. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you, and just to add to what you said, the part that I'm very passionate about too is the reason why our program works so well is because we're also a community program. Whereas the other schools have a program that is solely school, we are a community program, and for me, that's where this municipality really is benefiting a lot by this format.
Any other comments, discussion, questions related to the request to approve the FCSS budget for 2025? If there is none, I would be looking for a motion. Deputy Reeve McGee.
As you just heard me say, I'm passionate, so I'll make that motion that council approve the proposed Kneehill Regional Family Community Support Services 2025 budget as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion that we approve the proposed Kneehill Regional Family and Community Services 2025 budget as presented. Is there any further discussion, question, or comment? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is approved unanimously. Carried. All right, thank you. We're moving on to item 7.2 in our agenda, which is Bylaw 1909, the election bylaw. And Ms. Vanderkoel, I see that you not only prepared this item, but you're also presenting. So at whatever time you're ready.
Thank you, Evening Council. I bring to you today Bylaw 1909, the election bylaw. So certain provisions in the Local Authorities Election Act require that a bylaw be established by December 31st of the year prior to a general election, while other provisions specify later deadlines in the year. We plan to enact our bylaw in time to meet the December 31st deadlines. Kneehill County currently has Bylaw 1747, the election bylaw, which was approved before the 2017 election and remained current and relevant through the 2021 election with no changes required for the last election. However, the recent Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act has introduced significant amendments to the Election Act. To ensure compliance with these new provisions, our current bylaw now needs to be updated. I've listed the items that need to be approved through bylaw in order to be effective for the next election, and I'll go through them one at a time. So the first provision is the election date. So general elections are to be held on the third Monday in October in an election year. But the new section 11-2 gives council authority to hold election the Saturday before the third Monday in October. We're not going to add this change to our bylaw. We'll continue to hold our election the third Monday in October in an election year. So the next election date is Monday, October 20th, 2025.
So before you leave that topic of conversation. And because we've had this conversation in other venues around the fact that at this point in time, that date conflicts with a federal election, I'm just wondering if it might not, if that's something we might want to consider. And we have till June to make that change. Is that correct from the information that you have here?
Yeah, we do, we can make that change before June. My concern with doing that is that if the provincial government does have a Senate or referendum question, we'd have to do those on the Monday anyways. So we might as well just do them all at the same time. But we haven't heard yet from the province if they're going to continue to do that for the next election.
Well, and we haven't heard whether the federal government is going to last or whether the election's on the 20th of October. But I do have a concern if we did happen to land on the same date in terms of confusion and conflict around where people vote, and we might have people voting in two different locations, one federal and then one municipal, and just who they're voting for, what and where. And so I just wanted to raise that as a potential conflict and concern related to keeping that October 20th date. So, Councillor Penner?
It is a major concern for me because, yeah, I'm one of the ones that votes in two different locations, and we want people to come out to vote for both. It's a right we have. So I guess we got till June, you said, but to revisit it if we need to.
Yep. We can make an amendment maybe to the bylaw if that does occur.
And maybe, I don't know, Mr. Hogan, did you want to weigh in? Should we be considering allowing an amendment like that within the bylaw that would then allow us to change that date if we saw it as necessary?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think given the timelines we have some time to see what plays out in there. There is some ability for the province to shift that election date as well. So depending on what happens with the federal government, what the province decides to do, I think our recommendation administratively would be do this today, and then we have a bit of time to see if we need to make a change based on what happens at the provincial and federal levels.
Okay. Appreciate that clarification. Thank you. And Ms. Vanderkool, I guess you can go on to the next.
Thank you. So the next provision is the form of nomination. This actually only applies to municipalities with a population of at least 10,000, but the minimum number of electors needed to sign a candidate's nomination may be modified by bylaw. There's no change. We're not going to add this to our bylaw since our population is under 10,000. We'll maintain the requirement for all nominations to include signatures from at least 5 eligible electors who reside within the local jurisdiction and are eligible to vote in the election. The next provision is nominations. A returning officer may establish one or more locations in addition to the municipal office where a deputy may receive nominations. We're not going to change our new bylaw or add this to the new bylaw. The Kneehill County Administration Office is the only place in the county where nominations should be received. Candidate deposits. Candidate deposits are permitted if the amount is fixed in the bylaw. Our bylaw currently states every nomination for the office of councillor for Kneehill County must be accompanied by a cash deposit as provided in Kneehill County's master rates bylaw. We will continue to require a $100 deposit. However, the new bylaw will have the word cash removed since the Election Act now allows municipalities to accept deposits through various methods, including debit and credit. Yay, 21st century. The next provision is the death of a candidate. A bylaw passed before nomination day may provide if a candidate dies after being nominated and before voting stations open. The election for the position for which the candidate was nominated shall be discontinued, and a new election will be held as soon as practicable. Our current bylaw includes this provision, but the new proposed bylaw removes this. Our reasoning is that if there are other candidates running for the position, it would be preferable to continue the election as scheduled rather than delay for a new election, ensuring election proceeds without unnecessary disruption.
So in a case where we had a single candidate running within a division, and that candidate was not alive on the day the election occurs, we would then run a by-election post that date.
We would, because that, if he was only one running, he would be acclaimed anyways, so we'd have to run a new election for that.
Okay.
For that one person, for that one ward.
Thank you.
Voting stations. This provision gives municipalities authority to allow the returning officer to designate more than one voting station for each subdivision and the location for those stations for that election. So currently there is no need for extra subdivisions. We'll currently hold each divisional election in the following: Division 1 in Carbon, Division 2 in Swallow, Division 3 in Acme, Division 4 in Torrington, Division 5 in Three Hills, Division 6 in Wimborne, and Division 7 in Huxley. However, if a councillor is acclaimed, then we won't need to run an election in that ward. The next one is contents of ballot printing in lots. Ballots shall be printed in as many lots as there are candidates for the office. There's no change or addition. We're not going to print in lots. We don't usually have that many candidates running, so we don't need to print in lots. The next provision is the voting station hours. A municipality may, by bylaw, provide that the voting station is to be open before 10 a.m. We're not adding or changing this to our new proposed bylaw. Administration believes that current voting options, advanced vote and special ballot, provides sufficient accessibility for voters. So there's no need to open voting stations before 10 a.m. The next one is elector assistance blind template. If an elector requests a blind elector template, a municipality must pass a bylaw setting out the blind elector template. There's no change or addition to our bylaw. Any candidate that has any type of disability has the option to be accompanied by a friend or relative who can assist them in completing their ballot, providing that both individuals complete the necessary forms. They also can request a special ballot as well, and people can help them, assist them in filling out that special ballot. Counting centers. Municipalities may pass a bylaw by June 30th of that year in which a general election is to be held, allowing the returning officer of the elected authority to count the special ballot box, advanced vote ballot box, and institutional vote ballot box no earlier than 7:30 p.m. on election day. We did include this in our new bylaw by authorizing the returning officer to begin counting these ballots shortly before the close of voting. We can expedite the reporting of results while maintaining confidentiality. So it's just counting those ballots half an hour before the polls close. The next one is the criminal record. Did someone have a question? Oh, I thought I heard something. Criminal record check. So you may require a person seeking to be nominated as a candidate to provide a criminal record check. We are not adding this to our bylaw. The reasons being is that standard criminal record checks do not specify which sections of the criminal code the conviction falls under, meaning a record might not clarify whether the conviction pertains to the specific disqualifying sections, 123, 124, or 125. This creates uncertainty around a candidate's eligibility. Existing legal sworn statement. Under the Election Act, candidates already submit a sworn or affirmed statement upon nomination declaring eligibility to run for office, which will include an affirmation that they have not been convicted of disqualifying offenses under Bill 20. This existing process reduces the necessity for additional criminal record verification. Privacy and disclosure concerns. Bill 20 also mandates that a criminal record check results not to be redacted. Apart from candidates and agents' mailing addresses, creating a potential conflict with privacy laws under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Without clear guidance, this could expose sensitive information improperly. And then while some decisions only require a resolution from council, there's one, the advance vote I'd like to include in our bylaw. And so for under an advance vote, you must provide an advance vote if your municipality has a population of over 5,000 people. Although our last municipal count was 4,914, placing us below the 5,000 population threshold, that mandates advance voting. Offering advance voting options could enhance voter accessibility and participation in our elections. The new bylaw will give the authority to the returning officer to hold a minimum of one advance vote opportunity and the discretion to hold more if deemed appropriate. And that's all we have in our, so in our bylaw that we have in our package, you'll see that we have we've added 3 provisions. So it was candidate deposit, remove the death of a candidate, and put in counting centers and advance vote opportunities. So your options today are to have all 3 readings of this bylaw, or just 1 reading, and I can provide information back if you request it.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions related to this item? Councillor Whitstock.
Thanks very much, Carolyn. I have a question though. Candidate deposits, if you pay with a credit card, is that subject to the 2.5% service fee?
Yes, it is.
I thought that was covered, yes. So after finding out that important piece of information, I would move first reading to bylaw 1909.
Thank you, Councillor Woodstock.
Oh my goodness. All right. We have a motion now to provide first reading to bylaw 1909, that being a bylaw to provide for regulations and protocols for conducting municipal elections and by-elections within the county. Are there any questions or further discussion to that motion before I call the question? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Christie.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 1909.
Thank you for that. So we have a motion that council provides second reading to bylaw 1909. Is there any further question, discussion related to that motion? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Probst, yep.
I'd make the motion that council provide unanimous consent for third reading of bylaw 1909.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Probst. So we have a motion that council would provide unanimous consent to give third reading to bylaw 1909. Any discussion? Don't see any. I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. We'll note that in the record. That leaves us with one motion to be made. Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that council provide third and final reading to bylaw 1909.
Okay, thank you for that. So now we have a motion that we give third and final reading to bylaw 1909. Any question or discussion? Okay, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Vanderkool, for preparing that and bringing it for our consideration. The next item in our agenda is 7.3, Economic Development Association Conference. And again, I see Ms. Vanderkool, you are bringing that one for our consideration. So At any time you're ready.
Thank you. Just bring it up on screen. So I bring to you today the Economic Development Association Conference request for decision. The next Economic Development of EDA conference will take place on April 9th to 12th in Kananaskis. Spots are filling up quickly and the main hotel in Kananaskis is fully booked. The nearest available accommodation is at the Stony Nakota Lodge, located 20 minutes from the conference venue. Administration wanted to bring this to council's attention as there have been discussions about allowing additional council members to attend the upcoming conference following the approval of the new economic development plan. Currently, only the council member who is the representative for CAPE is designated in policy 3-1, the council compensation expense reimbursement to attend. So the financial implications for this is the cost of the conference. The registration is $855.75 per registration, and a hotel for a 3-night stay is $543.23, plus mileage, per diems, and overnight allowance. The 2025 operating budget includes an annual allocation for conference expenses, providing flexibility for attending additional conferences that may arise. So today, council has the option to approve attendance to any council member who is able to attend, or just provide approval for certain councillors, or to receive this as for information.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Vanderkoel. And Councillor Phobes, you have a question.
Will this also include our member at large that we just have put on this board as well?
So, Mr. Hogan, you want to maybe provide some clarification?
It's through Mr. Reeve. The answer is it can. If you want it to include the member at large, there'd be a slight alteration to the motion that you'd need to make. But that's ultimately your decision. If you want it to, it can. And that, I think that would be, that could easily be accommodated under the existing honorariums and per diems areas of the budget that you have.
Good question.
I just want to make sure.
Yep.
All right, I like it.
So any further discussion or question, comment related to the Economic Development Association Conference? Councillor Christie.
I've attended this conference once before and found it very informational. And because I sit on Community Futures, I'd like to attend, but it's up to council.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Penner, you had a comment?
I have no issues with you attending, but I'd also like to, on top of yourselves, offer it to our member at large. I think the networking is so valuable at these events. It's a shame there's the cost to it. I did learn a little bit at the Recycling Council conference that why are they always held over in the most expensive areas of the province, and it's they told me they have agreements with the chain of hotels, and that's why they stick with that chain of hotels. So sometimes there is a little bit of madness behind the cost of what it, you know, where they're holding these events, but I think we should offer it to our member at large.
Okay, thank you for that. So you're saying there's method in their madness? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I get it. And it's funny how sometimes you get into these contracts that just are crazy. But anyway, so any other question or comment? I'm looking for direction from council as to what we would like to do. Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, let's put a motion on the table that council approve attendance to any council member or our ratepayer member to be able to attend the Economic Development Association Conference being held in Kananaskis from 9th to the 12th of April, 2025.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion now that council would approve attendance to any council member as well as to the county's Cape business representative who are able to attend the Economic Association Conference being held in Kananaskis from April 9th to 12th in 2025. Councillor Penner, you had a comment?
Just to add in there, a member at large.
That's our business representative.
So that is fine, that wording is fine?
Yeah, that's how I think that person's designated, yeah. Okay, so the understanding we have is that any councillor member who wished to attend has now permission to do that, and we've also endorsed our county business representative who we recently appointed could also attend. Any further discussion, question, or comment? Are you looking for an indication because of the shortness of time? Okay. So my assumption would be you're going to reach out to our Cape business representative, and you'd like to know from council. I heard Council Christie, and I heard, of course, Deputy Reeve McGee is going as the Cape rep, and Carolyn would like to know if anyone else is attending. I will not be attending. Sorry.
Right now, that's too far out. I think I'm on a European trip. That's what I
So, go ahead.
Sorry, there's a bit of a discussion going on. Councillor Cunningham, you'd like to attend, is that what you're saying?
I already replied to the email that Ms. Vanderkoel sent out, so we're good.
Yeah, I have her registered and
Okay. And Councillor Whitstock, no? Okay. So I think we then are sitting at Councillor Cunningham, Councillor Christie, and Deputy Reeve McGee, plus potentially our Cape business rep.
perfect. I'll reach out to Amy Merrill to see if she can attend.
All right. So we have a motion we haven't voted on. So if there's no further discussion, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. And now moving on, this next item of business is a letter of support for the Horseshoe Canyon Campground and Cabins. And Mr. Hogan, this is established business in Kneehill County, and they're requesting a letter of support. So if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. As you've said, this is a business within Kneehill County. They've approached us. They are applying for a grant through Alberta for the Travel Alberta Project Development Fund. So they are looking to access that funding to assist with their development of cabins at Horseshoe Canyon. That development in question has been approved by the county, so there is an attached development permit that has already gone through our process, and they're just looking to access funds to put that forward. They have approached us is a possibility to provide a letter of support under council's letter of support policy. This doesn't meet the 3 points in which administration can just action it, so it is one of the ones that we bring back to you for council decision, as it is a private business. We have provided letters of support for initiatives like this in the past. Not necessarily the same grant, but we have, when businesses within Kneehill County have sought, whether it's provincial or federal funding, that's required a letter of support and not further financial assistance from the county. We have provided those in the past. And our recommendation here is that we provide Mr. De Keyser with a letter of support for his application.
Okay, is there any discussion or question related to this item that's before us in terms of providing a letter of support? Councillor Phopes.
The letter of support wouldn't affect us if we were choosing to use the same grant, would it?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Whitstock.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. Just a question, if the grant is not given, is the project still going forward? Or do you know?
Through the chair, we don't know the answer to that. All we know is that the entity in question did apply to the county for a development permit, and that's been approved. So he has everything in place he needs. The exact monetary is, we're not aware of what his pure circumstance is.
Well, and this is probably not much different than any approach we might take to a project that we're putting in place. If we found out there was STIP funding or some other grant funding, we'd be pursuing that as well. So, Councillor Penner.
I have no objections to this, so I will make the motion that council direct administration to provide a letter of support to Horseshoe Canyon Campground and Cabin for their Travel Alberta Project Development Fund application.
Okay, so we do have a motion from Councillor Penner that council direct administration to provide a letter of support to Horseshoe Canyon Campground and Cabins for their Travel Alberta Project Development Fund application. Are there any questions to the motion that's on the floor?
There's some damn ground.
Don't we all love computers and electronics? This is Carolyn's favorite time when we all watch her try to type. Okay, so the motion is that council direct administration to provide a letter of support to Horseshoe Canyon Campground and Cabin for their Travel Alberta Project Development Fund application. Any further discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving forward in our agenda, the next item of business is disposition of delegation and public hearing business. And so the item that's in front of us would be 8.1, which is Bylaw 1905, Draft Municipal Development Plan, further discussion. And welcome back, Ms. Hazelton. Thank you for your patience with us today and for being here to provide information. And anytime you're ready.
Okay, not a problem, thank you. I'm gonna not reread what you've already heard several times. Sorry, I'll keep you awake a little longer. The draft document, though, has been circulated for several weeks, and we did present it today in the public hearing. So in order to give council an opportunity for further discussion, administration is proposing that the draft municipal development plan be brought back to the December 3rd Committee of the Whole prior to second reading. Any amendments that council would like to make based on the feedback heard today can be completed prior to the December 10th, 2024 council meeting. Administration is proposing to bring a final draft document to the December 10th, 2024 council meeting for further readings.
Okay, so I guess you have what's being presented in front of you. Is there some discussion or comment in terms of the timeline and the process perhaps being proposed from council? Councillor Cunningham.
So what I heard today from the Village of Acme and the Village of Linden, and actually we did receive a written letter from the town of Three Hills, they're asking us for communication. And I am 100% in favor of having further communication with those entities. When I look to our MDP, we have a section called cooperation. And it speaks to that it's critical for Kneehill County to work cooperatively with our municipalities. And we actually have an objective number 6 that says to ensure open dialogue and cooperation with all neighboring municipalities to address issues of mutual interest. So in keeping with that, I would actually like to meet with the municipalities before we go further with discussions.
Okay, so the question would be how we do that, and if that is the wish of council, and therefore direction to administration, that would delay the process somewhat. But I mean, if that's the wish of council and that's the best route forward, then I think any delay that's incurred because of that is acceptable. So I would be interested in hearing further discussion from the remainder of council related to Councillor Cunningham's comments. Councillor Forbes.
I too would also be in favor of sitting to the table. I understand why we didn't invite them when we were having the public stuff with Acme and Horseshoe, because it really was about the ratepayers. But now that we're making a choice that's going to affect them, I would like to sit down and have that conversation around it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion within council? I'm looking for direction. Councillor Penner.
I have no issues with it, you know, if we do it in the not-too-distant future here. But I'd also like to thank everybody that came in today, and I'd like to thank the ratepayers that did send in letters, 16 in favour of the current wording and 35 in opposition to the current wording, and I think that's very valuable. And when you look at the map, who is really, not just our villages that it affects a lot of operations that are already up and running, not just new ones, but we have quite a few up and running ones. So I just want to thank everybody who came today and also who actually submitted.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess the only comment I'll make on it is I am supportive of us moving forward, and if we reach out, Mr. Hogan, I want it to be noted that we're doing it in a spirit of cooperation, not out of a spirit of fear of some kind of request under IDP to have a dispute resolution. I think we should, we have indicated in the past that we have always been cooperative, and so I think that it's reasonable for us to establish a delay, and that delay in a spirit of cooperation to try to come to some agreement in a way that acknowledges that we've taken the time to listen and perhaps consider some changes to what we're proposing to do. Councillor Whitstock.
Are we looking at any sort of a timeline to have this done by?
Not from my perspective, it's up to
I know it's
council.
gonna be really tough to have any meetings here in December because it's December. So, I just don't wanna drag it out too long, because I think we've drug it out quite a while already here, so. But if we can get those meetings together, and, I would also like to thank all the people that attended, all the people that wrote in letters. I think bringing attention to this MDP in the paper, the way it was done, did do quite a service for our residents, because they realized how important it was and they got involved in it. So, that being said, I would like to expedite it, but I know it's gonna be very difficult. So I don't know what timeline we're looking at here, but.
I'm going to add a wrinkle because I am overseas till January 15th, from Christmas till January 15th. So it would have to follow after that or before. But it's going to be really tight before, I know.
Well, we're not up against a hard deadline as far as finalizing doing second or third readings. January is a busy month as well. There's council, plus there's the Ag Service Board conference. So there are a fair number of dates that already are committed to by council, and I'm sure the other communities have commitments that they've made as well, and we know that based on some other things that we've gone through in this process. So maybe what we just need to do is give direction to administration to arrange those meetings in a way that works for everybody. And then if it takes time, it takes time. Yeah, Councillor Penner, please.
I'd like both councils to put some dates out there immediately so we can plan our other side of life to try and be at these meetings. So the sooner we put out some dates that we can kind of work around, and we can plan our own winter vacations if we have one, if that works for council, if you support me.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cunningham, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you're good.
Focused on what I'm doing here, sorry.
Focusing is good. I just noticed in the motion, it says Village of Acme and Village of Linden. I did note in the letter we received from the town of Three Hills, there was one point that they maybe wanted to discuss, so I'm just wondering if we want to open that invitation up to the town of Three Hills as well. I mean, maybe somebody is clearer than I am, but I'm not sure with the other municipalities if they had any interest in meeting with us before, but right now I'm hearing the three we've currently spoken of.
Okay, any further discussion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Don't mean to be difficult, but I do worry about the timeline and dragging it. Could we ask that we secure a date to be met by the end of January? And if our date cannot be arranged by then, we move on. Is that too hard? Like, can that work? How can that work?
Mr. Hogan, go ahead.
That would ultimately, through you, Mr. Reeve, that ultimately would depend on council's schedule in being able to do that. You wouldn't need to embed this in the motion, but my suggestion would be that we don't approach the village of Acme and the village of Linden for them to propose dates. My suggestion is that we come up with 3 or 4 dates and we offer those, because then we're assured that they work for the 7 of you. Ideally, and this is not to, I don't want this to be interpreted as trying to restrict potential engagement, but I think if that discussion is going to take place, it's more important that more of you as the decision makers on the MDP are present. You know, ideally everybody's present, right? That's the ideal world. But realistically, if there were 3 or 4 dates that we could propose that worked for the 7 of you, then it would be up to the villages to see if they had 1, 3, 5 members or whoever could attend. That would be the hope. But that's a processing in the background. If you want to put a deadline on there, you can. The end of January, we're probably not getting anything before the Christmas break, I would suspect. If you want to, I think you'd probably want to extend that deadline out a little bit at least. If that was the end of February, just in terms of, I know from our perspective, we'd prefer if Ms. Hazelton was part of that discussion. So that would be, if we go the end of January, that really leaves us 2 weeks to try and arrange for a meeting of 17 elected officials plus staff.
And it's not a singular meeting either, right?
That is a question, is we have the opportunity, we could meet with each separately. Given the concerns we heard here today, I think the concerns were largely overlapping. So you could meet with them together if you so choose.
Well, I guess just thinking in terms of the dynamics of trying to get that larger group of people together, and everybody, I guess if, as it has happened in the past, that they want the majority of their councillors, and we want everyone from our council to be available if possible, then it becomes a much bigger creature to manage, I guess.
And I think through Mr. Reeve, I think there's a give there's a pro and a con on both sides. The larger meeting does absolutely take more to try and put together because you're dealing with that many more schedules, right, that tie in. At the end of the day, I think the outcome that you're going to want is consistency as well. So in that case, having both together may prove to, you may have a better opportunity that when you come out at the end, there's a consistent approach, because you're not, I think it's unlikely that you're going to take one approach, say around Acme, a different approach around Linden, and a different approach around Three Hills, and a different approach around Horseshoe. You're probably going to want to do the same one across the board. So there is benefit to the larger group. As you said, the drawback is that's a much tougher one to arrange.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment or discussion or question? Councillor Whitstock, please.
I guess if we were to host here, we would have the opportunity for video conferencing to happen. So that might, I mean, it's not ideal, but it is achievable, or closer to being achievable.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm even open to selecting a date and then each municipality come at a different time of that same date. but I'd really like to see that we have less travel and effort to gather. This is an expensive process as well, so the more efficiency we can find around it, that would be great. Also streamlining the timeline would be great. So I guess we open the invitation to either be together or give them each a time frame in that same day.
Councillor Cunningham.
So is everybody okay if I go ahead and make the motion and we figure it out going forward? Okay. So I'll move that Council direct administration, in the spirit of cooperation, to arrange a meeting with the Village of Acme, the Village of Linden, and the Town of Three Hills by the end of February 2025, prior to further readings of proposed bylaw 1905, municipal development plan. And she just, yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Cunningham that we give direction to administration in the spirit of cooperation to arrange a meeting with the Village of Acme, the Village of Linden, the Town of Three Hills, prior to further readings of proposed bylaw 1905, the municipal development plan. And hopefully prior to the end of February, so February 28th, 2025. So that's the motion. Any further discussion? Yes, please, Councillor.
I just have a question of clarity. With this motion, do we need then another motion about when we come back to discuss everything? Because one of our options was to come for committee of whole. Maybe we would have the next committee whole after that date, where we come back for the discussion that was originally suggested in our motion options,
I'm not sure
Or
that's.
do we need to do that at all?
I'm not sure that's required, because I guess the plan would be, the way I understood it, they were prepared to move forward quickly based on today's public hearing, and so my assumption would be that after we had these meetings, maybe we should have a discussion at a committee of the whole in terms of how we might want to implement that, but.
That's the council options. That's listed in council option.
Okay. Mr. Hogan, any guidance or direction?
Through Mr. Reeve, I think if council is good with the intent that we'd come out of this discussion, we'd have a discussion in committee of the whole to make any necessary amendments prior to second reading. As long as that's our understanding, we're good without the motion. We would just build that into the process once we knew where the meeting was. Really, the option today, or the recommendation going into the discussion, was around ensuring that council actually wanted that committee of the whole discussion prior to second reading. I think what we've heard is that you do.
And I think if as council we are willing to consent to that direction to administration, I don't know that we need a formal motion, as long as that's understood by all of us, that's the direction we've given, and I'm hearing Mr. Hogan say that he's understanding that as our direction.
And through Mr. We will slate that into the process.
Thank you for the clarity.
All right, is there any further question, comment, discussion related to the motion that we arranged the meetings? And if not, I'm going to call the question. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so all those in favor? And that looks like it's carried unanimously, so thank you for that. The next item in our agenda is item 9.1, which is Community Futures Wildrose in the council and committee reports. And I believe, Councillor Christie, this is you.
I've attached the minutes and the loan report, reminding you that we have that nomination for small business in Q2 for the west side, east side of the county, and Q3 for the west side. I'm disappointed. I don't know whether it's the form I used or not, but the loan report's a little hard to read, but the information is there. But if there's any questions?
Any questions for Councillor Christie? Okay, seeing none, I would move on then to 9.2, which is the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group. And Councillor Whitstock, that would be you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeve. What I presented here is what the meeting was last Thursday it was a Zoom meeting because of weather and conditions. But regardless of that is what was discussion was last Thursday. They have started doing some assessments at the Ardley Dam project. There's really nothing to report there. I think they've hired, I think it's called Hatch is the group that's been in charge of it, or that's going to be in charge of some of the preliminary work. And yeah, I can't add a whole lot more to it, but there is some quite substantial I'm trying to think of the word, but substantial interest in having that dam built on the Ardley. But then again, who knows how long it'll take, but at least the province is funding $4 or $5 million in the next couple of years here to get it done, so.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions for Councillor Whitstock? Councillor Penner.
Is the Red Deer River Water, what are they called, Municipal Users Group, the staff or whatever, are they actively monitoring the licenses drawing from the Red Deer River? Do they discuss that at all?
We discuss it, and they are trying their best to keep it open for additional municipal use. But Red Deer River Advisory Committee is generally the working group. This is just the political side. So we do have meetings with government officials and that kind of stuff, but as far as monitoring the condition of the river and all that kind of stuff, that's done through the Red Deer River Advisory Group. Currently, the river is flowing at 17 cubes per sec, which is 1 cube per sec more than what the minimum is. So, but the only water that is being held back, the only reservoir, is Glenifer Lake itself. So if there is a way to put another dam on the river, that would put a lot more water into the municipal users on the river, or the ability to have a lot more water usage on the river because of the dam.
Through the reef, just reliable water, you know what I mean? Just a second source of reliable water should things turn bad again.
Well, someday, maybe it'll be there. I don't expect I'll be seeing it, but maybe I'll watch the initial stages, who knows? I'm not sure from here or from up above or down below.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm not sure where we're going that one.
Take a break for laughing too hard?
I guess, depending on your end destination, we may choose to join you or not.
I look forward to it someday.
So item 9.3, Councillor McGee, that's you.
First off, I just want to thank Council for indulging me in sending this report yesterday. I've had a very, very full week prior to it, with the last thing that I reported on happening yesterday, hence why you get it so last minute-ish, kind of like. I just wanted to say thank you to our economic development team who's working together with the Brood group. I have a lot of excitement about where this is going to head. The data that is planned to be collected here will be absolutely record-breaking and never been done in the area before. And so I think that in itself makes this extremely valuable. Unfortunately, it was the day of the big snow, and the majority of the people who were signed up to come, as far as business people came, were not able to make it. So we will be rescheduling Brood themselves will be rescheduling another session that can incorporate all the different communities that had people who weren't able to come. So there will be still another chance for people to hear this session. Moving on to Central Alberta Economic Partnership, the FGM happened, great information. Glad to talk to you more about it. I really appreciated, I was well educated on the whole carbon process and where the opportunities lie and where it gets confused with our regular residents and stuff, so that we can maybe have a more clear understanding how to move forward with the way things are moving. We then elected our board. We still have 2 seats that were never, who were left open because no one tried for them. So we still have 1 seat for the towns and villages and 1 left for a business representative. So we're hoping those 2 municipalities will, types of municipalities will step up and find people to maybe bring forward to us, because we can bring forward those names, and then as a committee, as a directors, we can then appoint them so that the seat isn't full. The way the bylaws are written, they are counted as an absent against our having quorum. So it's really more challenge for every seat that's empty, the more risk we have of not having quorum when we gather. So it's something we really are hoping our communities can get forward. Our chair, Mayor Jean Barclay, has agreed to serve another year. She just finished her first year. I would like to thank Mayor Barry Kleckie for nominating me as vice chair, which I will now be sitting. And treasurer, again, will be repeating for another year, Rhonda Hunter from Didsbury. And we were not able to secure someone who'd be willing to take on the secretary role. So again, we will be looking to further organize our board at our next meeting. Then off to Marigold Library meeting, right at my kitchen table online, which was just so perfectly timed. It's like they knew there was going to be a snow problem, but it's just coincidence. We always have the November one then. And just some interesting quick little things here. Just the highlight that I think we need to be aware of is because of how we've changed the census numbers and how each municipality was given the requisition, we will have a lower revenue for this coming year. So it's going to be a tight, I think it's a 5.3% lower revenue than prior years, just so that we can do that, and we have taken from reserves to look to cover that, but do cover. I enclosed the letter to Honorable Rick McIver, just trying to secure mostly the way libraries are funded. I thought it was interesting that we as a municipality get requisitions on the last year of census, according to the Alberta government numbers, but they get to use the 2019 numbers. So they give us according to, so I thought that was just a little interesting piece of information of how things work and why things cost municipalities so much money. Then I attended the Travel Drumheller workshop. I was really pleased to have the invitation. Drumheller here is talking about Drumheller and region. There was people way beyond even our borders that were there as part of their discussion. They were just looking to see what, basically some information to help and guide through the strategic planning session that they're going to be going through. And I thought it was really interesting. We had many questions to answer. The poor scribes at each table, the facilitators had to quickly type every single piece of information like Carolyn does. And then at the end of the sessions, they gave us the printout of what AI said, we all said. That's what you see there in your report. So I thought that was a fun way to do it. But I did hear from more than one of those people who had to type, never again. But I thought that was really great. And then yesterday I went online again to work with MP Martin Shields. He regularly has a gathering of all municipal leaders who would like to be available to just basically have a round table sharing opportunity. The MLAs from the area also were online, and interesting little pieces of information, which for me, the most important, of course, is what I already said before, was that the talks about municipal taxes being too high for oil companies is driving the people who are on the committee representing municipalities is getting very frustrated in the manner in which this is being conversed. Just so heads up, things might not be so pretty for us. Yeah, I gave you some extra information in case any of these things pique your interest, because it was so informative, but of course, you know me, I always give you too much. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McGee, thank you. Any questions for Deputy Reeve McGee? I'm not seeing any, so the last one in this section is 9.4, Kneehill Housing, and Councillor Phobes, I assume that's you.
I'll make it super quick. I just wanted to let everybody know in the public and around the table here that Kneehill Housing has hired Amanda Gill as the CAO for our organization.
Okay, thank you for that piece of information. All right, if there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to accept the council and committee reports as presented. Councillor Penner?
So moved.
Okay. So we have a motion. If there's no further discussion or comment, I will call the question, which is all those in favor. And that is carried unanimously, and we are in recess for 10 minutes. So we will be back at, we'll make it 9 minutes, 3:45.
No worries.
So it's 3:45 and I will call our meeting back to order. The next item in our agenda is council follow-up action list 10.0. And are there any questions or conversation related to the council follow-up action list and where we are?
And this is that strange one.
Councillor Forbes?
With the airport, Mr. Hogan, have they found a person to sit in that position yet?
Through the chair, no. And so that's, there's still follow-up there that myself and the town have to do to see what needs to happen to progress that.
Yeah, fair, okay, thank you. I was curious.
Okay, are there any other questions related to the council follow-up action list? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept for information.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christie. So we have a motion to receive the council follow-up action list for information. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. The last item on our agenda is closed session under Section 21 Intergovernmental Affairs. And I would request a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Cunningham? Thank
So
you.
moved.
Thank you for that motion. So we have a motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. So we had a motion to come back from closed session at 4:25. Councillor Christie made that motion. It was carried. We recessed to allow the return of the gallery. And it's now 4:27. I'll call the meeting back to order. There are no motions coming out of closed session. So there's no business there. And it is now 4:28, and I will adjourn the meeting. So we are adjourned. Thank you for your patience and your time.